Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's the second day of our winter shootout, or the second round of this weekend to end this up. A lot of championships on the line right now. We'd like to welcome you to today's activities, whether a little different today than it was yesterday, but we hope you stay dry and stay warm throughout the day. Let's begin our day with our opening ceremonies, and we'll do that with prayer and our national anthem. And to deliver our invocation today, here's my cohort, John Matthews.
Thank you, Charles. Please join with me in prayer. God, our Father, you have brought us once again to the hobby, to the passion that we love, which is racing. I just ask for your continued blessing as we round out, for many of us, our 2022 racing season, that you just keep us safe on this rainy day. There will be extra challenges. We just ask for extra grace, wisdom, and mercy from you. Also, just ask for a safe ride home from the facility this evening. And I lift up all these prayers in Jesus' name. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. It's good to be here at Atlanta Motorsports Park this morning. Of course, we think back to December 7th, that day that will live in infamy about Pearl Harbor Day, and we think about those who gave their lives for us to be free in this nation. And, of course, a quick look at the flag reminds us of that here on this morning. Although it is rough weather out there, we appreciate what all those men and women did to preserve our freedom and to get us free. So it's good to be back with you again this morning as we get ready. We're looking right now at some action on the main track here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So more than just kart racing going on here today.
Absolutely, Charles. And as you can see, race fans that are viewing, whether you're on YouTube or coming in via Facebook Live, you can see that there's a lot of, we'll say, moisture in the air as well as moisture on the track. As the broadcast develops, Charles and I will share with you some of the different things that the kart drivers have had to change on their karts today to prepare for that wet weather. We have the same basic schedule that we had yesterday. We'll be starting with our Lo206 Cadet in cadet class. Pre-finals today are 12 laps. That's the same as yesterday. The finals will be 12 laps. Yesterday they were 14 laps, but with the wet conditions, a little harder to have those extra laps in the race.
Speaking of harder, we had a chance to look at some tires and some situations we've got down there. They're running a very soft tire today. It is a rain tire. These have grooves in them or tread on them as you would have on your off-roading vehicles, possibly. Pretty heavy tread on those tires. And one of the drivers was explaining to me that as you get down to the kink, that is turn 7. That's the lowest point on the racetrack. There's a little puddle there. And they said as long as that puddle remains there and you see splashing going on, they'll remain on the rain tires. And you and I have speculated, obviously, your full-time gig is as a weather prognosticator, and your prognostication says we'll probably have waves of rain as it goes through the day today.
I think that's an accurate forecast. Where yesterday we came in during practice and
you
qualifying.
always think it's an accurate forecast, but you can be proven wrong. Let's get that straight.
Let's be positive. We're coming up to Christmas here, Charles. Where yesterday we came in during practice and qualifying, the track was wet and starting to dry. By the time we got out to the pre-final, all the drivers were on slicks. the track had some wet spots, but was getting drier. And by the end of the day, the sun had just come out and the track was what I would call dry. Today, we're not just talking about a wet track. We're going to have rain coming in. There may be some, not puddles on the track, but there definitely be some small amounts of standing water. I think we'll see all drivers on the rain tires all day long. I don't think the groove will dry off to the point where they'll want to switch to the slicks.
We talked about those. Al Edwards kind of carried us through his cart down there, looking at a lot of different things. We had some moments this morning to really dig into the manufacturing of the chassis and of the names of the different things, which I had been getting wrong. I found out they're pods; they're not fairings. So nice to know that there's an official name for those body parts on the carts. But anyway, we were looking at the tires, and those rain tires are very soft tires. You can almost feel the tackiness of them while they were sitting on the lifts and just touching them. So you can imagine when they get just a little bit of heat in them, how much tackiness there's going to be in those tires.
Absolutely, where if you take one of the slicks, you really can't dig your fingernails into one of the slick tires, even on the softs. But on the rain tires, you're right. You stick the pads of your fingers on there, and you can really feel some adhesion, almost like an old Band-Aid. And it's that stickiness that helps them when it's wet on track. On the flip side, if the track dries out, those tires will wear out so quickly that they'll need to be on the slick. So it's just one of the things that we'll be watching today. Those rain tires, they try to get as much grip as possible. But, Charles, we both witnessed this in the practice and in the qualifying sessions. Karts were struggling today compared to yesterday. Drivers spinning out. In turn one, which is normally a flat-out corner, I was hearing drivers lift through the corner, that there's just less grip. So drivers are going to have to be a little more conservative in the braking areas, conservative in what we normally think of as the high-speed corners.
And you got to think the guy out front may have an advantage because he has clear viewing ahead of him. Everybody behind that leader is going to have moisture on their shields and on their helmets that they're going to have to contend with. As I was walking up today through turn 17, right around that area where the road comes closest to the racetrack, there were carts on the track, and they were spraying me with overspray and with water coming up from the tires. So you can imagine what it's going to be like for those drivers that are behind the leader.
And that's something else we didn't have yesterday. While the track was wet, really you didn't have spray coming off the tires. We should see that today. You can see on that shot there, the seam in the pavement, there's a wet spot, almost a small linear puddle right down where the seam is.
Right there's where I was getting shot with water too, right there.
So, race fans, we appreciate you joining us first on the track today for pre-finals. This is our Lo206 Cadet class, and many of the names that we see in here were names we saw yesterday. Lincoln Massey was the pre-final winner. Oliver Nabert won the final, and if my look is right, I believe Lincoln Massey will be on what we'll call the outside pole. He is the driver with the blue fire suit and the yellow gloves, or the blue cart with the yellow gloves. I believe Oliver is on the pole.
The blue pods with the yellow gloves. Yeah, let's get this up. Let's get this straight.
We're getting our nomenclature down for you, the race fans.
Now that we've
watching.
finished 2 years of announcing up here, we're finally learning a little bit.
And that is Oliver Nabert in that black number 10 with the orange numbering. Something else, race fans, you might see, the white cups that are covering or that are on the back of the cart, they look like a paper coffee cup you might get at the office to get a quick cup of coffee. Those are not paper cups, but it serves the same purpose. It's covering the air intake on these Lo206 engines. If they didn't have a cover, over time, the moisture in the air, the water coming off that right rear tire would start to put water into the air intake. And, Charles, you know that would not end well for an engine when you start getting water inside of it.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good at all. And it actually just creates an area where the water has to bypass. The air has to come around through there. And it's just a baffle-type system when they put that on there to get clean air in. Let's see if we get a green flag this time coming down to the start-finish line. Let's see if the green flag goes in the air. Yes, sir. We got a green flag. John, we are racing as they head to turn number 1. Now, how fast will they enter that turn compared to yesterday?
Well, you might see them have to feather the throttle or hear them feather the throttle through there. Looks like Lincoln Massey gets to the early lead, and they're going to head down that big hill. Let's see how they do. Massey leads Nybert as they work their way up the hill. Charles, we're already seeing Karts have to wiggle and work a little bit more as they're coming around turn 4, swinging wide right out to the rumble strips.
Yeah, and you don't know how much heat these tires are going to get in them. That's that lowest spot on the track where you see the little puddle there. But we got a battle for the lead as they head into turn number 9.
Oliver Neighbor works down the inside of the back straightaway. They'll be both on the brakes. Neighbor down to the inside. Can Massey try a crossover move? It does not appear he can, so move Oliver Neighbor to P1 as they work up towards turn 13.
Lincoln Massey won both races yesterday, the pre-final and the final, and he did a great job of staying ahead. Neighbor won the final. Okay, thank you, John, for reminding me of that. Neighbor actually won the final, although Massey won the pre-final as they went in. So right now they're running just as they finished yesterday afternoon in the final. Here we come to complete lap number 1, and Neighbor brings it across the line with Lincoln Massey in second position. Ruben Greer is shown in third. Axel Robards is your 4th place driver. In 5th, it is the 115 of Ryan DeHoney. Actually, Ian Patterson, I believe, is shown in 5th. Ryan DeHoney in the 115 is 6th.
So something else that we'll watch on that first lap, Neibert's time was about a minute 10, a minute 11. If we compare that to the times they were running yesterday, and that's something we'll do through the course of our broadcast, times yesterday were about 1:03. So these drivers really were looking at 6 to 8 seconds slower than what they ran, and that's 100% due to the moisture down on the track. So Neibert's working his way through the back part of the course, just takes a quick check over the shoulder, doesn't see any immediate pressure from Lincoln Massey. Charles, it was interesting to hear these drivers in the victory lane interviews where Lincoln's goal today was to beat Oliver. And that's really the clear thing that we heard.
Yeah.
And Oliver just seemed ho-hum about, yeah, we're going to be back and we're going to try to race again. So the exuberance of youth was on display in victory lane yesterday.
I was telling my wife last night, I said, we've been calling these names of these drivers for so long, and yesterday we had an opportunity to view them in victory lane, and I said, you're expecting this 6'1" robust youngster to get off a race car. Yeah. And all of a sudden you got this little 4'1" little blonde-headed kid to sit up and out of a race cart that did not seem to fit the action that they perform on the racetrack.
So on screen right now, our top 2, you can see Lincoln Massey had his hands maybe off the wheel for a second there, gyrating back and forth. Don't know if he was sending a signal or trying to work through something. So we're seeing lots of interesting things on the track today. Massey losing a little bit more ground to Neighbor as they continue to work down the back straightaway and then up through the S's.
Well, up through the S's, he's starting to get a little bit of space between his car and Lincoln Massey's as they go up to the top of the hill. We noticed that right there at that highest point of the racetrack, if there were going to be any drying, you might expect it there, but I don't think that's going to be the situation today. Just way too much humidity in the air and waves of that appear to be coming on as we go along. Do drivers, will they step out more in 17? We see them going off of the track a little bit more onto that rumble strip area. Will they take more advantage of that today because of track conditions?
Already in qualifying and practice, you could see that the drivers would be tight on the entrance of turn 16, but they very quickly let the car drift out in the middle between 16 and 17, right out to the rumble strip. So they're almost having to be very gentle with the steering wheel. They can't make any abrupt moves. Like driving on snow or driving on ice, you have to be very slow with what you do. Charles, I'm sure you've heard drivers say when they want to save gas, they have to drive like there's an egg under their foot. They have to be very gentle on and off the gas. Today, you need to be gentle on and off the gas and the brake, as well as slow with the steering wheel.
You notice in the areas here at Atlanta Motorsports Park where the public karting drivers get ready to go out on the track, and it says in there, act as though you have a sponge under your accelerator, and also with your hands. You have a sponge there, so you don't grip anything too tightly and you don't shower down on the accelerator too much.
Or take the steering wheel, and if you just try to snap turn, your kart's going to go around today. It's not going to respond well to it. So we're seeing Oliver Neighbor continue to build on his lead. We have 4 laps on the board. We're going 12 laps in our pre-final. Lincoln Massey second, then Ruben Greer, Axel Robards, and Ryan DeHoney rounding out the top 5.
Well, they will continue to roll in that position right now. We're 4 laps into this race. It's going to be a 12-lap pre-final and then followed by a 12-lap final today. So hopefully I won't get caught in that position when the 8 comes out and I say 4 laps to go. That will be correct this time instead of 6 laps to go, as I got into that rhythm yesterday of being off just a bit by 2 laps.
Something else we might see today I don't notice in this race, some of the drivers almost pull a rain suit on over their fire suit. Maybe that only comes out when it's a heavier rain, but just one of the other changes of the many changes that we witnessed either during practice or walking through the pit area. So you can see some little bit of standing water through 16 and 17 as Oliver Nabert sweeps through those corners and heads down the front straightaway to put lap number 5 on the board.
Well, they're getting to the point where they're almost halfway through, and so far, Nabert has been the leader of this thing. It started out with Lincoln Massey showing the way in the very few first turns, but as we got down to turn number 8, just before we got into that treacherous turn number 9 complex, it was Nabert who was able to claim the top spot there. So we will continue to watch these drivers as they make their way around. It's an unusual day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Of course, action on both tracks. And you notice over on the main track, we've got cars not going quite up to speed over there as well, John. Obviously, heavier cars are going to have more of a tough time on this wet course today.
Also, some pretty expensive machinery rolling around the track there. They don't want to have a close encounter of the steel kind with a wall over there. Now, Charles, you were mentioning that in the kink, turn 6 and 7, really it's the lowest part of the track. Race fans, if you watch when the drivers go through there, you can see little rooster tails coming off the tires as our drivers get the cross flag, 6 down, 6 to go in our opening pre-final. But those rooster tails coming off the rear tires is a good indication of how wet the track is. There you see Nabert on a pretty relatively dry section. You don't see anything coming off the rear wheels. But as he works down through turn number 4, this is the point as he heads downhill. That low point on the track, they'll start to kick up. Right about there, you'll see a little bit more rooster tail come off as he goes through. Just a touch of standing water.
Yeah, they're having still that issue of standing water there. I noticed when we came in, there was a little rainstorm this morning, but as I walked into the facility from my parking area, the rain had stopped for the moment. It doesn't look like there's anything actually falling out there right now. Again, you have to wonder. Now, Nabert is far enough ahead that I'm not sure that Lincoln Massey has a lot of throw-off from his tires, as you see him coming a little bit behind. But as these carts start to bunch up, I think you're going to find a situation where they may have visibility issues.
And Charles, on dirt tracks, we're used to drivers having tear-offs on their helmet, on the visor, so that as dirt and mud gets flung up in the air and hits them, they can pull the tear-off off and get clear vision. Not something we talk about on an asphalt track or a road course like this. We might have some drivers just having to run their hand up and try to wipe the visor off. If you get a lot of little droplets on there, it will compound the visibility, not to mention there's already spray potentially coming off the tires.
And John, we're going back and reminiscing about the race last year at Circuit of the Americas for NASCAR. The first time that they actually ran rain tires and had an issue there. And one of the unintended consequences there was all of the spray that was put up from the drivers. People had no idea who was in front of them. They had no idea somebody had pulled down. I remember Martin Truex Jr. involved in a huge crash.
He just flat ran over someone, probably 50 miles an hour faster.
Yeah, and it just didn't know they were there. So those were unintended consequences, and I think NASCAR has made some changes after that situation. But those little windshield wipers on that little one windshield wiper on the NASCAR cars was not sufficient to take care of those situations.
Well, and the problem, Charles, wasn't the wiper. It was the spray.
Right, it was the spray.
You had so much spray, it was almost like driving
in a fog.
Yeah. So you're driving in a fog, so your windscreen could be dry. But with all that spray in front of you, you can't see 20 feet. And the spotters couldn't see, and that's the case for Martin Truex. I mean, I forget who he hit, but he hit somebody in front of him a ton.
It was a ton. You're exactly right. Yeah, and he talked about that later. Just had no idea anybody was stopped ahead of him. So right now we're heading off down into turn number 9 with our leader, Oliver Nabert. He is in that number 10, and he has a commanding lead right now over Lincoln Massey and the rest of them. So Lincoln Massey said yesterday that his goal was to beat Oliver Nabert. Well, he's got some work to do if that's going to be the case. We're working lap number 9 right now of our 12 in the pre-final. Now, remember, this will set the field for the afternoon's final event. So that's the one where the podium finishes are coming into play. So we'll find out if things change between now and then. But right now, Nabert has got his setup just right. He's got his line around the racetrack like he wants to run it, and he holds quite a commanding lead over Lincoln Massey as he gets ready to head down that 30-foot drop into turn number 2.
A death-defying drop there, really, especially with the extra rain in there. Once again, we're seeing times slower than yesterday, running about 1 minute 8 seconds. Yesterday, they were 63 or 64 seconds. So still 4 to 5 seconds off the times that they were running on a dry track.
John, you've experienced this track. You've experienced running off into turn number 2. It's surprising to me that we don't have more karts spinning out coming off of that as they misjudge the speed and the amount of braking that you have to do to try to get back up the hill. Give us a little perspective on that.
Well, let's say the hacks on the rentals like me are more likely to spin out in turn 2 than these drivers we see here that are, working a craft. I would call them, if they're not professional, they're amateur racers out there. Rental hacks like myself, we could spin out anywhere. But I think it's just the practice of turn 2. They get a straight shot into the corner, and they know that they can brake when they're going straight. As we see 2 laps to go, Oliver Nabert will just have 2 more times around, just has to try to keep the kart straight. But, Charles, yeah, turn 2, you just have to gauge how much brake you need. But we do see some times where we do see some spin-outs down there when there's multiple karts involved.
Well, let me ask you this question. I know when I've gone through racing schools and been invited to be a part of things like that, and they'd have a little 20-lap race at the end, I would say, please put out the halfway flags. Man, I feel like we've run 50 laps so far. When in the world is the white flag going to come out on this thing? Did you have that feeling when you were out there? Were you anticipating it being over more quickly than it was?
In this case, no, because I wasn't actually racing with anyone. I was involved in an early incident and got turned around on track. By the time I got straightened out, everybody was gone at that point, so I didn't really have any other things other than hitting my marks and sort of counting.
So you wanted it to go on?
Oh, I would always want the race to go on, but I was close to getting lapped, so maybe I needed it to end when it was going to end before I had that indignity happen to me out there.
All right, we see the white flag coming out right now. Nabert has already been by. Lincoln Massey works his way by as well. There's Nabert heading into turn number 1, and he'll make that drop down into turn 2. I was able to go through a Legends driving school once at Lanier National Speedway, and I backed the car into the wall, so as a souvenir, I went down and got some of the scrapings of the concrete wall and put them in a baggie and reserved that. That was my my claim to fame out of that school, was I actually hit the wall and got a little bit of the concrete off of it.
And let me guess, the wall won.
The wall won, yes. The owner of the car was not as appreciative of my efforts as I was of having survived it. He comes up through the S's right now. It's Nabert heading in. We're working on the final lap right now as we'll complete lap number 12 here in a moment. That'll set the field for today's final. They head into turn 15. He'll be going through that 16 and 17 complex, and he rounds it for the last time, getting a little wide off 17. Here he comes using all that track. He comes to the checkered flag. Nabert gets your win. Lincoln Massey, you mentioned him in the yellow gloves and the blue pods on his car, finishes in second spot. We anticipate Ruben Greer at any point in time. These cars separated quite a distance. Nobody really fighting for position on this particular race as we brought the Lo206 cadets and rookies out onto the track.
Well, there you can see in the background there with the tents up and karts having covers over them, drivers and teams, the crews really having an extra challenge today. How do you keep everything dry once you're not off the track? You come into the pits with a wet kart, need to dry everything off and then try to keep it dry. So I've seen a lot of teams rolling the cart right back into the trailer as well.
Yeah, we had, I mentioned Lo206 Cadet and Rookie, but it's Lo206 Junior and Cadet. So we see Nybert and Massey right there, both cadet drivers, as we'll get interviews with them. Will Rigdon's going to be down there. You used the name Intrepid a number of times yesterday, so
it's
more intrepid today than yesterday.
It is more intrepid, yeah. He's really he's having to work his passion out there in the wet, in the rain. It's also a few degrees colder. We're just about 50 degrees today, where we got maybe to the mid-50s yesterday.
Yeah, we'll get some words from both of those drivers in just a moment as they get ready to talk about their race today. And, of course, they'll be getting some insight into what's been going on in the final. Now, do you adjust the cart? Do you change things? We don't know what the weather's going to hold, so that may be a last-moment decision right before the finals get started.
I think there'll be one eye on the cart and there'll be one eye towards the sky to see how things are changing, or open up a weather app and get the radar. Looking at a radar might be your friend today.
And which weather app do you suggest they go to?
I would say the Weather Channel, although they also own Weather Underground, and that's another app that I use as well.
And well, let's go down to Will Rigdon right now. He has got. I believe that's Lincoln that he's got down there.
That's Oliver.
That's Oliver. Okay, we got Oliver down there. So, Will, what you got with Oliver?
Hey, Charles, I'm down here with Oliver Nadbert. He is your winner for the pre-final. He was your winner yesterday. Oliver, what'd you do different today? We had the wet track. How'd you get down here and conquer it?
So he left the door wide open, and I took the opportunity, and I took the overtake.
So did anything change with your setup today? What are you doing different right now?
I definitely have rain tires, and I have like a little, I don't know, box covering the filter to not get the rain in the filter.
Well, that's awesome. Are you going to do anything different for the final race?
No, just try to get a good gap from Lincoln.
Going to keep that skinny pedal down, Charles. All right, we'll send it back up to you. That's your race winner, Oliver Nadbert.
Well, yeah, it's good to hear from those guys. He's not going to do anything different except try to keep that gap the same over Lincoln. So that's his goal going into the final when it comes up this afternoon. Next group out on the track right now, it's the Tag Seniors. And let's see, do we have anybody besides
We do
seniors
have one
in
master.
there?
Mike Conrad is joining us.
Mike is
today.
in there as a Masters driver.
So Tag, quite a step up the speed from what we saw in our Lo206 class. The Tags are 125 cc two-stroke engines. They have a radiator, and they're doing some great slicing and dicing down the back straightaway.
Yeah, they got a battle going on. We've had a couple of passes. Now we got a little slingshot move going on as they come off turn number 10. So it's going to be interesting to see how these shake out once we get down to the end. Yesterday, Sam Machado, we saw him having a great race yesterday. Karsten Gregory, we called his name a couple of times in that 007, but he wasn't running up in second position. Now we got a battle for the lead as they come off 17. They finally back in single file. Let's find out who we've got up front.
Leonardo Oliveira, who was the winner in the final yesterday, just edging out ahead of Sam Machado, who's in second. Then it's a small gap back to Mike Conrad, our one master in the group. Ben Kozlowski and Karsten Gregory rounding out the top five.
So those guys bring it off turn number 4 right now. Taking a wide stance through there was Machado. He's trying to see if he can trace down Leonardo Oliveira, and Oliveira leads him into turn number 9 right now. Everybody pretty much single file. Conrad has a little bit of gap, and he gets way out of whack, and he got one.
Got up on the stripes there and lost a spot in the process. So drivers definitely having to fight the conditions. That might have been Ben Kozlowski that lost a spot to Conrad there. He got wide on turn 9 and went straight out into the striped area. And, Charles, if you've ever walked in a crosswalk when it's wet, you can imagine how wet the striped areas are.
Yeah, don't you know, those are difficult to try to negotiate. I remember once whenever we had painted, I was doing a race, and they had painted the sponsor's name across the start-finish line.
Oh, goodness.
And the first, and it was like a 4-wide strip that said Budweiser across the track. And the drivers complained. They said, the car's just getting way loose when we cross that painted stripe.
Oh, we got one getting real loose. Speaking of real loose coming off there, I think that was Kozlowski again, right into turn 4. And, Charles, that's almost one of the dangerous spots on the track where the wall of this building really jumps out at the drivers. Kozlowski was loose on the entry to turn 4.
Turn 4 is a treacherous turn, and you have those tire barriers there, but you certainly don't want to get into those. Oliveira is still your leader. Sam Machado is shown in second. Kozlowski is third. Conrad is fourth. We saw that switch between Kozlowski and Conrad that happened a lap or so ago back in turn number 10. Let's check them out now as they cross the stripe. They will have completed 3 laps this time by.
So Oliveira continues to lead. Then it's Machado, Mike Conrad, Ben Kozlowski, and Karsten Gregory. And those are your 3 on screen right there, Conrad, Kozlowski, and Gregory, putting on a good battle. Conrad is the only master in this group. Master is for drivers 30 and over, and it's one of the heaviest classes. They're just a shade over 400 pounds in the cart with the driver. The seniors, they're 15 years and older, so think of them as high school students. A little bit lighter. They're about 360 to 370 pounds.
John, I was just noticing, you see these carts, see the rear end sliding more than we did yesterday. Obviously, the wet conditions, even though they have the rain tires on, that contact patch you saw Conrad right then. The rear end of that cart just sliding out from him as he came off turn number 12. And look at them if you get a good perspective as to how these rear ends of these carts slide around today.
Well, and sometimes some of the drivers were commenting to me this morning, you might think the car is loose, and it's actually there's no front grip on the cart. You go to turn, and the front end just slides out. As we got one around, I think that was Conrad spinning out off the exit of turn number 1, and that's going to bring out a local caution. Let's see if he's able to get back in. But, Charles, just how quickly things can happen here in the wet. It looked like in that case he got loose off the exit of the corner and spun around. But it's real easy for the front end. If you don't have enough weight and enough grip on the front end, so there's Conrad. Looks like he got off track and is trying to get the cart righted again. So some unfortunate break there for Mike Conrad.
John, you talked yesterday about turn number 1 and about how deceiving it can be when you look at it. It looks like just a very simple turn, but being that it's off camber and goes a different direction, it seems like it's a problem. There we've got Kozlowski. He's also got an issue, and that is down in that complex of 9, 10, and 11, it looks like.
And that looks like more mechanical the way he was looking down at the cart. Charles, we've talked about the rain. These engines have a different cover over them as opposed to the coffee cup over the air filter. These have more of a sleeve that goes over the air intake that comes down the left side of the cart. Again, just to try to keep water out of the engine. But the way Kozlowski was looking down to his right side makes you wonder if there is some issue with the intake caused by water.
Different engine manufacturers have different types of ways of keeping the moisture out of those induction areas, and so that's what we're seeing right now. But you see how loose those cars are. Man, the rear ends are just sliding around. There it was the 340 car of Oliveira, I believe, that you saw.
That was our leader.
Yeah, so going around, almost swapping ends because the rear end is so loose on that car.
And it shows you how quickly it can happen as he gets the halfway sign, so 6 down, 6 to go. Oliveira's running about 58, 59 second lap times in these tags. I think yesterday they were running in the 50 to 51 second range. So again, we're seeing carts significantly slower, and that's just because there's less grip for these drivers.
It'll be interesting to watch the shifter carts. They're usually around 47, 48, 49 seconds, somewhere in there. It'll be interesting to see how they, with more weight, how they are going to be able to attack this racetrack.
Also, a lot more power, so those things could be very twitchy today.
They could certainly be. Oliveira works his way through the S's right now. Let's see if he comes out more cleanly this time. You still see a little bit of squiggle. Is that a word, squiggle?
It is today.
In that back end of the car. Here he comes off 14 and heading now into 16 and 17. So Oliveira ready to put another lap up on the boards as he continues to lead.
But Charles, just seeing how Conrad had a spin, and we've watched Oliveira where the back end seems twitchy. All it would take would be a little standing water, and if the driver hits it one time, they could have a completely different experience. Look at how wide Oliveira is there, almost running the outside of turn 2. You have to wonder if maybe he thinks there's some grease or oil down on the inside, making it even slicker, or if he just takes the outside to take a slow, long turn so that he's not having to crank on the wheel as much.
Well, John, you know how it is in our passenger cars if we hit a little puddle on the interstate and how it wants to hydroplane just for a second and you have to catch it. Imagine what it's like for these drivers in that same situation when you're going flat out as hard as you can go and all of a sudden the rear end wants to slide out because it hydroplanes a bit.
Right.
Or you lose the front end and it hydroplanes and you feel like you have no control over the car.
And I would think the front end would be scarier because if the back end comes around, you go for a spin. If the front end doesn't turn, you could go into one of the walls. Turn 16 has a wall. We saw a driver hit it yesterday. Turn 4 has the building. So there's a couple of spots where if you don't turn, you're going to have a sharp encounter ahead of you.
Yeah, let's hope if you hit anything, it's tire barrier. That's
yeah.
That's the goal, to try to hit something soft. That's kind of the ultimate soft walls here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. There you see him coming through turn 4. That's that area we talked about right in front of the tower as he goes down to the lowest point on the racetrack. And you still see a little standing water in turn number 7, which is the kink. And you saw him throw up the rooster tail as he went into turn number 9 right then. So Oliveira working lap number 9. We are getting ready for this one to end up with Leonardo Oliveira. Your leader, Sam Machado, is in second, and the top running master is Mike Conrad, but Conrad finds himself 4th on the track total amongst all these other karts.
The way that these rain tires are constructed, Charles, I'm sure you saw in the 90s and early 2000s, Goodyear came out with a rain tire that had a big channel down the center. And the idea was as the tire rolled, there we see Oliveira again go very wide around turn number 2. There's almost a channel down the center of the tire to catch the water, and then the grooves go out to the edges that you're trying to push the water away from the center of the tire so you can try to get as much of a contact patch as possible. That same Goodyear approach is what's used on the rain tires here. Now, they're going too fast to see it right now, but there's a pretty big groove down the middle, and then everything channels to the outside.
Yeah, they pretty much become a squeegee. Each little section becomes a squeegee to try to get that water away so that I remember Kyle Petty once told me, he said, I want as big a patch on the track as I can get from my tires. The more contact I have, the better that tire is going to adhere. And so they're trying to get some kind of dry patch on the racetrack with each of these rotations of the tires.
So 2 laps to go. You can see Oliveira raise his hand just to acknowledge the 2 to go signal from our flagman. He works his way once again around turn 2, taking that wide line. He's very consistent with it, trying to master the wet conditions today. He was our winner in the final yesterday. As you look down on the AMP Kart main building there, that's where Charles and I are today, snug, warm, and dry inside.
And we were concerned about being able to get a drone in the air today because of the conditions, and that was a good shot from the drone. So the drone is up there and doing its thing.
We can even see one car was around on the main track over there, Charles, looked like off the exit of turn number 1 on the main track. So as we suspected, the big cars are having problems in the wet today.
Well, Oliveira, you still see the rear end sliding out. He almost lost it coming out into that pull-off area there. But he has the luxury of not having anyone close behind him, so he can run the track without having to worry about whether somebody else is trying to get around him.
Last time around, he had a 17-second lead over Sam Machado.
Wow.
So you have to figure he's experimenting out there maybe a little bit, trying that wide line around turn 2. Normally drivers, there may be a cart width off the inside curb, so he's swinging wide, trying to not have to crank down on the wheel as much today. And he looks around, he's tracking fairly well around turn 3, 4, and 5. But down through the kink, you see those rooster tails kick up once again, so there's still plenty of moisture down on the track surface.
Now let's see how heavily he attacks turn number 9, 10, 11, 12, the S's through there if he continues to run them really hard. Now, it doesn't look like he's slinging the rear end like out as much as he was at one point. I think he feels pretty comfortable with the last 3 turns of this track that he's going to come home a winner.
So we're going to follow Leonardo Oliveira down through turn 15. He'll be going off screen in 16. Now we pick him up from our drone cam. He sweeps off turn 17. He sees the checkers in the air. Leonardo Oliveira wins our pre-final. Charles, I'll say he had a lot less celebration than he did in the final. He had a pretty good celebration in the final yesterday, swerving back and forth before he got to the checkers.
I don't think you want to swerve today.
Yeah,
no, that's not. You swerve today, you might wind up in the fence. I don't think you want to do that.
Maybe he'll celebrate after the start-finish line today. Second place, Sam Machado comes around, and it looks like behind him Carson Gregory in the 007 comes home in third. Mike Conrad had the spin, and he's recovered on track. He's running in fourth place. He will be our top master.
Well, they'll continue to come around underneath the checkered flag. It won't be just a few moments till we'll have Will Richard down there. Will Rigdon. I work with a Will Richard at another racetrack.
Up at Livonia, yeah, and up in South Carolina.
Hard to keep my Wills separate. But anyway, Will Rigdon is working his way over right now. And I want to welcome a new person on our camera today. Anna Ames is in the on the victory lane cam. She's also handling things down in turn 16 for some good shots in 16 and 17. So right now you see our winner. There's the 340 of Leonardo Oliveira. And just as soon as he gets that helmet off, we'll be going down to Will Rigdon to make sure that we get today's activities underway and find out exactly what that race was like as the rear end came around on Oliveira a number of times. Let's go ahead and go down to Will. Will, prepare us for what we're going to hear from Leonardo. And I believe we're going to hold off just a second as we do that. There, we see a great shot from the drone. Look at the woods, man. Look how great it is.
Look at how vibrant the pine trees are today in the rain.
They are, and it is a gray day, and it's accentuated by the gray branches of the trees today even. You see that off in the distance. There you look toward the city of Dawsonville and down maybe toward the Atlanta. Are we looking south? You tell me what
I think generally that is looking south as we look out over the main track building. That's where the general south
I can see the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame over there.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Will Rigdon. He is with our winner, Leonardo Oliveira.
Hey, Charles, I'm down here with your race winner, Leo Oliveira. Leo, you were up here yesterday. You got in the podium again for the pre-final. Take us through that race.
Well, it was actually a last-second decision. My mechanic said, why don't you go out there and race? We just put some wet tires on and went out, and it felt really good. It was a lot of fun.
So how would you describe conditions out there?
Super slippery. You really got to maintain your control. You can't let the rear end slip out too much or you're going to lose the kart. I almost did right through David's Bend. You just got to be really careful out there, especially pushing it to the limit like we are today.
Are you guys going to change the setup at all going into the final race?
Yeah, probably free up the rear end a little bit more. You'd expect it to be loose already with the wet conditions, but unfortunately we still have a little bit too much grip in the rear, so probably just loosen it up a bit.
Well, good luck to you. Congratulations on the pre-final win. Charles, we'll send it back up to you.
Well, Will, we heard something from Leo down there just a moment ago. He said he may free up the rear end even more. John, it looked like he had a pretty free rear end as the way it was in that race.
Yeah, you're not kidding. We thought he was going to, have the back end come around, which would indicate a loose car. You normally want to tighten it up. But we heard from other drivers, Al Edwards, who will be coming out in a little bit in the Lo206 race. They had issues where they were not having enough front grip, so they would be tight. Really, the front of the car steps out when they start to turn, and it can masquerade as a loose car, but really the front end's not gripping. So some of the changes that drivers can do, they can take weight in the car and shift it forward. If you shift the weight forward, it would put more pressure on the front tires. You'd have better front grip. They also can widen, I don't want to quite say widen the axle, but if they can push the wheels out more, that will help with the grip on that end. So some drivers, if they need more rear grip, they'll put spacers into the rear axle just to widen the tires out. In the front, they can do the same type idea, widen the front tires to try to get more grip to the front. So a lot of drivers, it looks like the back end is coming around, but what's actually happening is the front end's not turning. And then at a certain point, they have to try to get the back end to come around. So really the issue is they're tight into the middle of the corner.
We were looking at a couple of different manufacturers of karts down there, and we noticed, Al pointed out to us, the difference in the caster and the camber of the way that the actual
the kingpin,
where the kingpin goes in, and how that affects the karts. How some of them are kind of built in with that tight versus loose setup, and they have to negotiate through that to try to get the kart handling the way they want them to. You and I are familiar with several chassis in the dirt racing world. Of course, Longhorn is one that came out with a whole different front end geometry, and we see that happening somewhat in the karts also.
That's right. So we as we get underway with our kid kart race, they're going to go 12 laps on the Jelly Bean. Kid Kart is the youngest division. These are for drivers 5 to 7 years old, so think of it as kindergarten or first grade, as they're going to try to go too wide all the way around turn 16 and 17, and then they're going to make it and put one lap on the board. Kid Kart uses a standing start. The only other class that does that will be the shifter karts later in our program, but this is really a chance for these kids to get their feet wet. Now, yeah, bad pun there today, but really to get some experience. These karts are about 1.5 horsepower. Top speed will be about 30 miles an hour. So there are our lowest powered karts, but they're on this Jelly Bean, so they're going to be able to click off some laps real quick as they're racing here.
Yeah, and of course, these drivers getting a lot of great experience today in unusual circumstances. These circumstances may follow them as they go through their racing careers, so it's very important that they get some early experience doing this. The youngsters take it into turn 16 right now. They'll be coming off 17. We're starting to see a little bit of a gap open up between these two karts as they make their way by now to complete lap number 3. Again, this will be a 12-lap pre-final, and today's finals will also be 12 laps. We got one slowing right now, maybe some mechanical issues with that kart. They're going to try, nut's going to stop right in the middle of the racetrack, not be able to continue on, so a caution will come out, I believe, in this corner for this driver coming by right now. So I think that's going to do it. Matter of fact, I believe since that driver can't continue, that may actually be the white flag coming out. No, I believe that's a yellow flag. It was hard to tell from my perspective as it was waving, but that one continues to make its way around, and we've got one driver down there that needed a restart, and that's actually coming from the pull cord on the kart. So we're finding out in just a moment if they can continue.
And we noticed one of the drivers had some issues yesterday with sort of repeated. It seemed like the kart was stalling. So we have two drivers out on the kart, Hunter McBride and Jackson McNeely. Both of them were driving yesterday. And on the bottom of the screen, that 538, that is Jackson McNeely. So Hunter McBride's just going to continue to roll around as they're under a local caution. Charles, something else I do want to point out, when you see Jackson driving, he has a rain suit on over him. We've seen some drivers where Oliver Nabert in the first race that we had, when he hopped out of the kart, you could see him wearing a gray pullover of some sort. So the drivers will have a fire suit on, but most of them have some sort of layer over the top just to try to keep some of that moisture from just penetrating everywhere.
And if you've ever been a motorcycle rider and you got hung out in a day whenever it was raining, you've always got those rain suits that are available to you to put on to try to stay as dry as possible. They never really work completely, but it does protect you from the elements somewhat. So we see that same sort of thing going on today with these drivers. So I think that even though we still have the local caution out, I don't think that this race is in jeopardy right now, being that one driver is completely off track and we have another one who's continuing to log laps. So that's, I think, a pretty convincing win right now for our youngster that's still out on the racetrack.
So that is Hunter McBride, who's still on track. He was third place in the final yesterday. He was the driver having the mechanical issues. So it seems like Jackson McNeely has been bit by the bug out there. So let's hope Jackson's able to get some repairs made when he goes back to his trailer and get ready for the final. But again, Charles, this really is a great chance for these drivers to gain that seat time, especially in the wet. It's a brand new world out there, completely different track from what they experienced yesterday.
And you may wonder, why didn't they just go ahead and throw the white flag? Because it's obviously going to be a situation where this driver is going to win. However, that seat time's important. So the parents have given them an opportunity to be out here. The track has given them the opportunity. So they're going to go ahead and take that and enjoy racing the racetrack. We talk about that a lot. Racing the track, not the other competitors. When you're in this situation, you're learning and getting seat time on that racetrack.
Well, Charles, there's also a chance that Hunter could not pass tech as well. We've seen that happen at times. So if he came across light on the scales, we could have a different result when they line up for the final. But you're right. It's that seat time where drivers are always trying to get better, always trying to find a little bit more speed. Where can they get a little closer to the edge? As now we're seeing 2 to go for Hunter McBride coming down, and that would put 10 laps on the board.
Well, McBride's got to feel good. Yesterday, a third-place finish. Today, he's going to be at least leading going into the pre-final, and we'll see if we're going to be able to have a full field of 2 karts going into our pre-final. He'll be coming by this time to get the white flag.
Now, these carts with the driver weigh about 150 pounds. So, Charles, imagine that. I think if we were sitting on nothing, I don't think we'd quite make 150 pounds.
Yeah, that'd be a difficult thing. It would be me and a sheet of saran wrap, and I might get somewhat close to 150.
That's an awkward visual. So we're in our final lap of our Kid Kart pre-final. Coming up after this, we will have our Lo206 Senior and Master race. But the man of the moment right now, Hunter McBride, rolling in the Kid Kart. He's coming off turn number 17. He sees the checkers in the air, and as he rolls down, little fist pump in the air. Hunter McBride, your Kid Kart pre-final winner.
You know, it doesn't matter, John, how many people you beat. It doesn't matter how many competitors you have, how close they are to you, or how far they are away from you. When you win a race, the fist pump's got to go in the air. Man, I did it. I won this race. The checkered flag came out for me. So you got to enjoy that.
Well, race fans, if you are joining us, whether it's on Facebook or on YouTube, we just ask that you scroll down on the screen, smash that like button, put a comment in, let us know where you're watching from. We've had people from here in the United States as well as over in Europe. And then hit that share button, share this video with some friends so they too can share the joy here of round number 4 of the Winter Shootout at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
I've got a loyal friend who lives in New Zealand, and she watches everything that I do on Facebook. So I have a feeling that Judith, in the middle of the night, may be actually tuning in over in New Zealand to see what's going on right now.
Well, hello, Judith. Hope things are well down. It's not. I want to say down under. New Zealand's south of the equator, but it's not what you think of as down under.
Yeah, she's just past Christchurch. If you know where New Zealand has two little islands that are connected together, and she's just near Christchurch.
Well, and this weather is actually common for down in New Zealand. They do get a lot of the storms and a lot of wet weather.
Of course, right now it's hot summertime in New Zealand.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can't feel it at home, but for Charles and I, the building has come alive. We hear that deep thunder of the Lo206 class, Senior and Masters, rolling out onto the track now.
You know, John, drivers talk about they have the seat of the pants feel when they're in the race car. They just know something's going to happen. We get that seat of the pants feel sitting here in the tower when these guys rumble out from underneath us.
So these Lo206 engines, it's a Briggs & Stratton 4-stroke engine. They don't run quite as many RPMs as we get in our tag or our KA or shifter classes, but think of it as a souped-up lawnmower engine. They get a little bit more power than that, but in the senior class, they're going to get about 8.5 horsepower. These carts weigh about 360 pounds. For the Masters, they get a little bit of a weight. Brake might be the right term. They weigh 390 pounds. It's the opposite of what we think of as a weight brake. Here on this shot, you can see the seniors are pulling ahead. The Masters will drop back. They're going to have their own race within a race just by being separate. It's sort of competing amongst themselves, but also the Masters with that extra weight really will be slower up the hill coming out of turn 2.
We had a chance to look at Al Edwards. That was the cart we looked at so much down there today, and he explained quite a bit. Carson Craig was set up alongside him, and Carson is in this senior division. Al is in the Masters. We'll keep an eye on them as we go. We got a green flag. We're in the air as we head down to turn 1.
One of the drivers to definitely keep an eye on, and that's Danny May. He was the pre-final winner yesterday. Elijah Skaggs was able to make a great recovery and win the final. I don't see Elijah in the list, so we're going to see how Danny does. Danny won the pre-final, really seemed to struggle in the final, dropping back to 4th place. Don't know if he just made a change and missed the setup.
Well, he got shuffled out a little bit. We noticed that he had a different take coming off turn number 4 yesterday in that second race, and so we saw that kind of play into the way he finished the race by getting wide off turn 4, and a couple of carts got by him. So right now, Danny May has shown the leader. It's hard to tell. He's got the rain suit on, so we normally tell him by the distinctive driving suit that he has, and today we're not sure if that's him or not. We'll find out in a moment as he comes by and comes across the scoring stripe. They come through turn 16 right now, down into 17. We'll start to getting a visual on that scoring stripe as they come underneath right now. Yes, Danny May is the driver out front. Erickson Evans in second spot. Jarvis Lee is third. Michael Suko is fourth. It's Wesley Bacon in fifth. And the top Masters driver at the moment, trying to look through there and
10th
see.
place, Chris Orencio.
Yeah, Orencio is our top Masters driver at the moment. He's the driver of the 78. So let's watch him as they rumble off down into the kink.
Charles, I did receive word that the official winner from yesterday in this for the final was Brant Estes in the senior class. Elijah Skaggs didn't pass tech, so Brant Estes was declared the winner. Al Edwards was the winner of both the pre-final and the final amongst the Masters.
Yeah, we're talking to Al today, and he said, man, it was a good day yesterday. He was a winner both times, so he felt pretty good about that. He's got a little work to do right now. Orencia still holding on to that top spot, but Al right behind him in 11th spot. Orencia is in 10th. Now, again, the Masters are running their own race in the midst of this two-classification battle going on. Danny May has already crossed the stripe. May is your leader. There he comes up into turn number 1. Everybody's single file right now as they work their way through the road course.
I imagine it's difficult enough to drive one of these in the wet, let alone side by side, but Danny May just continuing to carve some laps out there. Erickson Evans has a gap behind him, then Jarvis Lee, Michael Suko, and Wesley Bacon rounding out your top 5. Really, the best battle on the track is that right there between, I think, Suko and Juan Pablo Garcia.
Well, they had the majority of drivers. Danny May's already down into turn 9. Then you see the battle going on. We got a one tight battle right there. That is the 198 of Juan Pablo Garcia. He is trying to take a look to Michael Suko. Those two drivers are probably the best battle on the racetrack right now. There you see Suko in that yellow and blue car, and Juan Pablo Garcia is right behind him as they head into 14. That is a good passing zone, but nobody's reaching out to pass right now.
Well, actually, everything is more difficult in the wet, and that's just one of the signs that we're seeing it. Danny May almost a full straightaway lead as he puts lap number 3 on the board, but some side-by-side action further back in the pack.
Let's check them out as they come off turn number 2 and see who's able to get that advantage. It was Suko and Garcia. Wesley Bacon has now slid in the midst of those, so I believe Suko is able to catch some top spots there. Now, Banu Yedla, we've not called his name yet. He's worked his way up into the top 7 positions. He's in the 14. You see all 3 of those working now side by side as they head down into the kink.
3 carts under a blanket right there. Charles, we had talked about spray. They must be close enough to be feeling the spray off each other, but you can see the first 2 drivers are wearing that clear rain suit, just, again, trying to keep some of that moisture off of them and off of the fire suit that they have.
They're heading up a hill up to the highest point of the race course, which is right there at turn 14. You'll see the 3 of them come into action right there. There they come as they head off into 15. Looks like one of those chain races we used to have over at Dixie where you've got 3 cars chained together as they try to see what they can do around the racetrack. We'll have to talk about that one of these days and enlighten the road course fans as to what a chain race is.
Well, you'd have 3 cars that were the first car's rear bumper had chains on it that connected it to the front bumper of the middle car. The middle car then had chains on its rear bumper to the third car. And Charles, if I'm right, all 3 cars had power, had steering, but to try to navigate where everything goes out the window, basically. And once you get cars, I don't want to say cars, when you get 2 sets of cars side by side, then somehow they're going to get tangled up like an old, I can imagine, like some of the old grape shot that they would have used back in the days of the USS Constitution, that, you have chains and solid pieces. They're all just going to get tied up. Really, it was a hoot for the fans.
Well, John, there have been variations of that. One of the variations of that was the front car only had power. That was the only engine. The guy in the rear, there was nobody in the second place car.
It was empty.
The guy in the rear then had the brakes.
Okay.
And so we saw many variations of that chain race going on. You sort of see a chain race right there. Now somebody steps out to the inside. We've got 2 cars that go to the inside trying to see if they can put a spot away. And Wesley Bacon, look at that. He advances up to 4th spot, gets by Suko and Juan Pablo Garcia.
Let's see if he's able to hold it down into turn 2. He is. All the carts using the inside. Charles, we saw Leonardo Oliveira sweep wide in turn 2 in the earlier race for the tag junior senior master, but these drivers right to the inside. But boy, you can see all the drivers fighting for grip off turn 4, all of them a little bit wide off the curbs as they throw up some spray as they head down the back straightaway.
Yeah, it's got to be tough if you're in that multicolored helmet. Oh, we got some side-by-side battle going on into 9. We're going to have the 999 of Suko trying to take that spot away. Is he going to be able to get it? Garcia is right behind him, but they're trying to chase down each other through that section as they go up the hill. Another passing zone coming into view.
And we see one driver attempting it, but he's going to slot back in line. So Suko's going to hold on to that 5th place spot for now.
Well, it's Danny May way out front of the rest of this field right now. Erickson Evans in 2nd spot. Jarvis Lee's all alone in 3rd. But then you've got that 3-way battle going on as these guys cross the stripe. It's going to be Suko, Bacon, and Garcia. Those things, the names are the same, but they change position in which they're running just about every lap.
And they're halfway through, 6 down, 6 to go in our pre-final for our Lo206 Sr and Masters. You do want to give an update. Chris Arencia continues to lead in the Masters. Alistair Edwards right behind. The gap between those two is just about a half second. They're almost trying 3 wide off turn 5, Charles.
They came through 4 and 5 so differently that time than they had before. It was amazing to watch these drivers attack that corner differently. Now everybody stays in line. Oh, a little bobble right there as we get a bobble from Suko, I believe it is. Trying to capitalize on this is Carson Craig. He is several car lengths back, but he's trying to see while these guys battle hard if he can catch up with them.
Almost a bump draft as they go through 14. Carson Craig was one of the karts really struggling with front grip during practice and qualifying. We know he was making some changes to the kart, but we don't know exactly what. He was trying to get some mentoring from Al Edwards, so let's see how that's going to work out. Craig just falls in behind right now, and he's in 7th place overall.
And those drivers are now just in line. And just as I say that, one driver pulls out to the outside. I think Bacon took a quick look to the outside. You see that multicolored helmet of Juan Pablo Garcia. It's clear to spot him back there in 3rd position. And drivers are really sawing on the wheel. We don't see that much at this place. Normally you have somebody that just hangs in there, but a lot of sawing on the wheel going on right now.
Usually it's the old Ron Popeil, set it and forget it. But you're right, with the grip changing so frequently, the driver's having to use the steering wheel to chase either, there you see him sawing on the wheel again, to chase either the front or the back end today, Charles. Usually you would say it's the back end that's the problem, but today I think a lot of drivers are struggling with front grip, as there we see Juan Pablo Garcia pushing Suko up the hill.
We see drivers taking different lines. Every lap, it seems like they're trying to find what's a better way than the last time by. So a lot of different things happening. Here you can see a double wide battle coming off turn number 4. It's Suko trying to see if he can gain the spot. Can he get it? Now they still say Suko, Bacon, Garcia, but boy, it is so tight as they're still side by side. Check this out.
Try to go into turn 2, 2 wide. So it's Suko on the inside. He's going to hold on to 4th. Bacon got passed there by Garcia. Garcia's the driver in the middle with that multicolored helmet. Let's see how the lines change through 4. Some pushing from Bacon at the back. So are they going to try 2 wide through the kink? No, they're going to file down, but they're going to charge down the back straightaway all together.
These guys cannot shake each other. They have been together all day long. They have been trying to see if somebody could get a lead over that. But the 999 of Suko leads Juan Pablo Garcia. Garcia looks to the inside.
Yeah, it looks like Suko swept wide off 10, but maybe has the inside as they go through 12. Now they're going to come through 13. Suko holding on, but the crossover coming from Garcia with Bacon pushing behind.
Garcia is going to get pushed up into that lead of that little pack right there as Garcia is able to take over that spot. Bacon pushes him, and look at that. Suko is now back in 3rd in that little battle going on the racetrack. What a change it was in this last lap as Garcia, Bacon, and Suko now run 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, Suko got shuffled out, losing 2 for 1 there, and that lets Garcia get up to 4th. It's quite a gap up in front of them to Jarvis Lee. It's about 6 seconds difference. So these 3 drivers will probably be battling it out over the last 3 laps amongst themselves for 4th place.
Juan Pablo looks back, and he looks back and says, what are you guys doing way back there? We were together bumper to bumper for 7 laps, and all of a sudden now there's some gap all of a sudden as they head into turn number 9.
Race fans up front, Danny May continues to lead, a 7-second lead. Just as an idea, these drivers are running about 66-second lap times. Yesterday when they were on track, an Lo206 in the junior senior master was a bit quicker, just as a sample in the pre-final yesterday when Danny May was out there. His best time was 61 seconds. So again, Charles, we're seeing that 5 to 7 second slowness and drop in speed from what they had on the dry yesterday.
Well, we've got 11 laps coming up. Well, we got 2 to go signal being given right now, so we've got 2 more laps to go to end this one. Danny May has already made his way past several times, and so he's well out of the shot right now. Here's that battle going on with Garcia. He has pulled away, and he is not even in this race right now that still has Bacon and Suko involved in it. There you see Garcia go by. Here's Bacon and Suko as they battle for 6th and 7th position. 5th and 6th position on the racetrack. Carson Craig is in 7th. So they'll be coming to 1 to go this time by Danny May. Will get that white flag in just a moment. Oh, around goes the 999 of Suko. They had battled so strong and so hard, and there you see the hand gestures of what happened? How could that be? Suko now takes his place. He doesn't lose a spot on the racetrack, but certainly loses some emotional stability, I guess you'd say, in that, as he tries to see if he can recover from it. White flag is out. Danny May has crossed the line. He is already working his way toward turn number 2. Rest of the drivers come by as well. There you saw Bacon go by. Suko lost some distance on the racetrack, so it's going to take a while for him to catch up. He just now gets across that stripe as the last lap is underway. Danny May working his way toward victory with Erickson Evans in 2nd spot. There you see turn 16. You're going to see some drivers making their way by. These are still drivers that are on that last lap getting ready for the checkers to come out in just a moment. Danny May, you will see him come off turn number 17 in just a moment. May will go on to win this one handily today in our Lo206 Sr. So here comes Danny May by.
Little showboat. No,
yeah.
You know what? He just pulled to the inside and did the old Formula One celebration where they go to the other side of the track. Too wet for celebrating, but Danny May chalks up a pre-final win. You see Erickson Evans come across in 2nd.
And Chris Arencia is shown as our lead master, and unless something happens with him on this final lap, he will beat Al Edwards for this pre-final win in the Master Division. We'll see him come by in just a moment. What a great race we had going on between Garcia and Bacon and Suko. That turned out at the end not to be much of a battle at the very end, as Suko just now comes across the line. But for so many laps, they swapped back and forth in those positions, and we finally were able to get a winner in that little group of drivers that were racing so hard there together for those positions. Al Edwards will take 2nd spot in Masters behind Chris Arencio, and so that's the way we'll end it up. We'll be down with our winner, Danny May, in just a moment. Well, we are very excited to bring you a couple of our drivers that were in the kid karts today. And both of these drivers hail to us from Indiana, and we're so excited. Jackson McNeely is celebrating a birthday today. Jackson, man, tell me how old you are today.
6.
You are 6 years old. How cool is that? We are glad to have you here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Glad to know that you've got some racing going on. Man, today was kind of tough conditions out there. It was tough for you as a little fellow out there in your rain suit enjoying the day, right?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the race. All right, so let's talk about the very beginning of the race. You had a good race starting out there because you start from a standing position, which means the karts are standing still, and then you're able to take off. You went up into turn number 1, and what happened to you as you got into your race today?
My cart turned off.
So was it that's something that nobody wants to have happen, some kind of mechanical failure that is just so tough on you. So that's one of those things where you can't wait till the final because you got it fixed now, right? You're ready to go for the next race.
Yeah.
So you're looking forward to having a good race second time around. So tell me how you wound up at Atlanta Motorsports Park. You're from Indiana. You're from a ways away from home. How did you get here today? What brought you here to this race?
Because I won the championship.
Now, how long have you been racing? You just turned 6. How long have you been racing?
1.
So this is
1
your
year.
first full year. When did you run your first race? Do you remember that very first race you ran?
In May.
Okay, so that was back in the springtime. And where was that race?
Whiteland.
Wayland, is that in Indiana? Is that near your home? Okay, so what was it like being out in a race cart for the first time? How did you feel? I mean, at 5 years old, I can't imagine that. What was it like your very first time?
Good.
But was it what you expected it to be? Was it better than what you thought it was going to be?
Yes.
It was? What did you like best about your entire racing that you've done all year long? What's been your favorite time?
Winning
And where was that?
at Whiteland.
That was at White Wing?
Whiteland.
Whiteland. Okay, that was where you started racing, at Whiteland. Okay. So now, does this wrap the season up for you? Is there any more racing going on, or is this it?
Yes.
This is it. Okay, well, we appreciate you taking time to be with us today. I hope you have a better final than you had a pre-final. Let's get those mechanical things fixed so you can go out there and show your talents on the racetrack, okay?
Okay.
All right, very good. Good job. Turning 6 years old today. John, can you imagine when I was 6 years old, I'm not sure that I was certainly not in race trim at that point.
The only thing I could have raced was my BMX bike, so we do have another interview coming up. But what's on track right now is our KA100 class. Adam Durst is leading in the pre-final. They've just gotten one lap on the board. Mateen Fanian, Callan Berghofer, Francisco Porta, and Ryan Perez round out the top 5 as they have a little bit of battle going on up the hill. But, Charles, we have another young driver coming in to chat about his experience earlier today.
Yeah, right now we've got Jackson joining us. Jackson McNeely is joining us, and Jackson, you had a good race.
This is Hunter McBride.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've got Hunter. I had
we got
Jackson
Hunter
a moment
coming
ago. Hunter McBride. I had circled the wrong name on my sheet, John.
So
Hunter McBride is here, and Hunter was able to get that win in the pre-final. So Hunter, tell us a little bit about yourself. How old are you?
7.
You're 7. When did you start racing?
When I was 6 years old.
Okay, so you've got a full year under your belt of racing, correct? Is this the track that you race at most?
No.
Okay, where do you race? You're from Indiana also, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So where is your home track?
Whiteland.
Now, Whiteland, how does it differ from this track here at Atlanta Motorsports Park?
I won 5 times.
Oh, wow. That is pretty cool. Did you win your first time out, or?
Yep.
You did. That is great, man, to have that memory of your very first win being your first race. I can't imagine what that's like because it didn't happen to me like that, that's for sure.
Not for me either.
So tell me about the racetrack. Is the racetrack very similar to this track?
Not very much.
Okay, is it more elevation, or is it longer? Is it shorter? What's the difference in this track compared to your track you're familiar with?
Flat.
Oh, it's a flat track. Okay. So today you wound up not having a lot of competition because you had a situation where the other driver had a mechanical failure. So you were actually getting some seat time, and that's very important. They gave you the full 12 laps. I thought that was impressive of the officials to allow you to continue to go around and race the racetrack. You learned a lot by being on this track today. So you're going to put that into practice when you go into your final later today, correct?
Yep.
All right, how do you like this track?
Pretty good.
You like it? Do you like the elevation changes, and you like the fact that it's not so flat?
Yeah.
Yeah, that gives you a chance to do some things.
Charles, here's the question we always ask. So what grade are you in, Hunter?
1st grade.
First grade.
What stories are you going to have for your classmates when you see them on Monday? He's thinking, because I always just imagine that you're going to have the best stories because you won a race this weekend, didn't you?
Well, when you impress them by saying, not only did I race, I raced on rain tires. I mean, that's going to impress everybody so much. I raced on rain tires, and I won. How about that? That's a cool story right there.
It's not even my first time.
Not your first time on rain tires, so you've been in the rain before. Okay, so you were prepared for this. Did you come in a little rain suit? Did you have everything you needed for this?
I think the pants he has on is a rain suit there, under the fire suit.
I got you. So what are you going to do when you go out differently? You're obviously going to have some competition as you go out for the final. Anything else that you're going to do? Are y'all going to change the settings on the cart?
No.
Okay, you're like it. It's in good shape.
He looked over at his crew chief to make sure that there was no changes that are coming up for the final.
All right, so you are set to go. Now, are y'all spending the night tonight, or are you heading back to Indiana tonight?
We're heading back to Indiana.
Oh, that's going to be a long trip. So enjoy yourself and have fun. And thank you for coming up and spending time with us, okay? And thank you for coming to Atlanta Motorsports Park. All right, very
Thank you.
good.
All right, thank you. Hunter McBride, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, so
one
good
of our
to talk
kid
to those youngsters.
You know, he's the elder statesman of the kid karts, where he's 7, where Jackson's only just turning 6. So.
Yeah, you know, when you're talking about 6 and 7 year olds, you're talking about, let's say that I'm 68 years old, and let's say
hypothetically, hypothetically,
and let's say that there's someone in the room who's 65 years old. Well, that's not a whole lot of difference. But when you're talking about 6 to 7 years old, that is a major point of your life. That's over 10% of the life difference there.
It depends, Charles. You're going to have significantly more experience at the Social Security office.
We hate those Social Security offices, but we do love the Social Security when it's deposited into our account,
and
John.
Something else that we're enjoying right now is our KA100 pre-final. Adam Durst leading. We're watching mostly the battle here, Mateen Fanian and Callan Berghofer. They're in different classes. Fanian's in cadet. Berghofer is in rookie. Berghofer was the winner yesterday when they had their final. Excuse me, Andrew Hamill was the winner. Yeah, I got my notes all wrong. This is actually tag, cadet, and rookie. It's one of those days, Charles. We were enjoying the interview too much, so it's tag, rookie, and cadet on track. So these are the same karts we saw earlier, second race of the day when Leonardo Oliveira won the pre-final. The difference is these karts will have the slides in them, so they won't have as much power. In theory, it's a 125cc engine, 2-stroke, water-cooled. You'll see that little radiator off to the side, the left side of the driver.
Yeah, we're halfway through right now. I had a chance. As I come through in the mornings, I like to talk with the various people that I run into and find out who they are and who they're with. I had a talk with Callan Berghofer's mom this morning as we were coming through there, and just a little bit of inside information on things going on with him and what he's got happening right now. So it's really good to see these guys out there. Adam Durst is your race leader. Mateen Fanian running in second spot. Both of those are cadets, and then Berghofer, of course, in the rookies. Also another rookie behind him. Francisco Puerta is a rookie as well, and Ryan Perez in that tag rookie running in fifth spot in the 120 overall.
Well, Charles, we have another young driver joining us for an interview as we watch on screen the tag, cadet, and rookie pre-final. Eric Evans joining us. So, Eric, thanks for coming up and spending a few moments with us.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me up here.
What class are you driving in today at Atlanta Motorsports Park?
So I'm racing in the Lo206 Sr class.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when
the
we
Rumble
say,
class,
yes,
we feel
we
man.
love that Rumble. Now, when we say senior, we like to say it's a high school. So what age are you? What grade are you in?
So I'm 19. I actually I graduated high school in June while I was over in Spain. So yeah.
Okay.
So tell us about the racing in Spain. I guess you went there for that purpose, to get some experience there.
I just went over there to hang out with my roommate, Hunter Yaney, who's racing in FIA F3. And I did training with the Camp Post Formula 2 and Formula 3 team. And then this past couple months ago, I started training. I'm going to race over in England next year. So I started training over in England and did a test and a race at Donington Park, which is a very, very special place, very awesome track. So, yeah.
But before we talk about that, so you're 19. When did you first dip your toe into racing?
So I'd say I first dipped my toe into racing about 10 or 11 at the Andretti's tracks down in Atlanta. They had a summer camp. I started there, but my first true karting experience was actually here at the track when I was about 13.
Okay, so you have 6 solid years of racing under your belt. Now, and Eric, as you said, you're going to be running next year the 2023 British GT Championship. So all that Charles and I would know from that is, one, it's in England. But tell us more about what does that mean for a season? You know, how many races, how many different tracks will you be competing on?
So I believe it's 5 or 6 different tracks, and we're going to have 6 rounds during the championship season. And it's kind of just like it's kind of like IMSA, but for England. So and then we even have one race over in Portugal during the season.
And now we hear GT, so obviously it's not karts. What type of vehicle will you be competing in?
Right, so I'll be competing in the Multimatic Mustang GT4 car, which races in the GT4 class. Okay. And we'll be out there with some GT3 cars as well. And it would be a great, championship. It's going to be very close with the balance of performance. They do a really good job of bringing all these different manufacturers like Porsche, McLaren, obviously Ford and Multimatic with the Mustang, and having us balance out so that we can all race each other very equally and have a great time out there.
Something we talk about here, whether the race will be 10 or 12 laps, but GT, we've seen it all the way up to 24 hours. How long will a typical race be for you next season?
So next season, it's a sprint format for GT, which is still roughly 2 to 3 hours. So
Charles, that's no sprint. Not at our age. 2 to 3 hours isn't a sprint. Okay, so 2 to 3 hours. Will you shift drivers, or will you be in the seat for that entire time?
No. So I'll have a teammate. We'll swap out about halfway through the race. Just depending on strategy, it might be a little less than an hour, it might be a little bit more than an hour, depending on safety cars, strategy, other stuff like that. So,
and what changes as far as your not driving training, but what kind of physical regimen do you need to change to be you're not just driving? As we see 2 to go here in our tag cadet rookie pre-final, you're not just going for maybe a 10 or a 15-minute race. You're in the car over an hour. Yeah. What has to change for you to be able to physically endure that?
To be honest with you, since I was 16, I've done junior Formula and F4, and I've done junior IndyCar and the USF 2000 stuff. So you have to be extremely fit to drive those cars because all the aerodynamics, the no power steering, no ABS, none of that stuff. So I'm in really good shape to drive a GT car because obviously you're given some of those things like power steering and power ABS brakes and all that other stuff. So I'm well over what I need to be physically wise, but I am having to start to train for more endurance, just straight up strength, because just straight up strength is great, but if it only lasts a couple minutes, it doesn't work that well. So I'm having to do longer, less weight for more reps rather than just straight up lots of weight.
Okay. Now, that next year you'll be doing the GT. What's Eric's dream or goal, like 10 years down the road? Where would you like to be?
So the goal is to be a manufacturer driver racing in the, what is it now? It's now the LMDH class, and no longer LMP1, which would be the overall winners of Le Mans and stuff like that. So that's the goal for me. I would like to say in 5-7 years maybe. So
okay. And who would you like to thank for helping you get to this point in your career? Because we're live on Facebook and YouTube, so you can give some shout outs and some thanks here.
Yeah, obviously my dad's been a huge part of me getting here, and I think the biggest part for me is you guys spoke to Xander the other weekend. Xander is the whole reason I am racing.
Oh, really?
And he taught me everything I know about how to drive.
As the checkered flag comes out in our tag rookie cadet pre-final, Adam Durst comes around for the win. Charles, we're going to watch just for a moment. Looks like Callan Berghofer was able to get by into second ahead of, looks like Mateen Fanian had faded from second early to fourth. So there comes Callan across in second. Francisco Porta just behind in third. Porta had a spin out yesterday that really cost him a chance in the final race for these guys yesterday. So we are chatting with Eric Evans, one of our kart racers today, who's looking forward to a new new shoots, new improvements in his career next year. So, Charles, I don't know if you have any questions for Eric.
Yeah,
as we're sitting
Eric,
here chatting.
when did you decide that racing was for you? Did you go into it when you first went to the Andretti kartings? Did you decide then this is something I want to do, or was it something after you got in a kart and said, "Hey, I'm pretty good at this. I think I might have a future"?
To be honest with you, the camps kind of cemented that I really liked it and I really wanted to do it. But it wasn't until I came up to AMP and did my first ever race in a go-kart where I won by about 5 seconds and set the track record in my first ever race.
Wow.
So I think
that's impressive.
Yeah. So I think that stayed to me right then and there. That's what I want to do for my rest of my life.
And I can say I didn't set any track records when I was out there in the rental, Charles.
Well, you mentioned Andretti karting complexes. John Andretti was a friend of mine, and he invited me. He had this place in Nashville, Tennessee, that he opened up called John Andretti's Carbecue, not barbecue, Carbecue. And so we went up for that, and then John and I later did some things at Atlanta Motor Speedway where he was one of the drivers that took people around and enjoyed each other's company, and we had dinner together several times. One of my great friends in racing, John Andretti, we lost him way too soon. That was a terrible thing, but carried on that great Andretti name, and of course that helped you get started in racing. So we're excited that brings up forth new talent. Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, the location that I started out isn't around anymore. But
which one was it? Was it the Alpharetta one?
It was the one on is Alpharetta Highway over there in Roswell.
Okay, yeah. I used to work in that area and would go by it, and now I went up there another time, and it's back to a car dealership or something now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it closed, but I think they're opening up a lot more centers around here.
So what are you doing now for the rest of the year? Have you got anything else for 2022, or are you looking toward 2023?
So nothing right now. I'm just got myself a little off-season job at an Audi dealership around here.
That sure beats the fast food joint, Charles.
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah, so
slinging luxury cars.
Yeah, so I'm just set my sights on early next year. I mean, it's not too far away. I think the media day for British GT is on March 14th, and I have some tests and stuff coming up in January, February over there overseas. So
you're going to move there and just live there for the whole season, I'm assuming?
I think I'm right now the plan is we're looking at as I'm going to move over there from about April 1st to the end of June, just because most of the races are packed in there. And then after that, the races get really spread out. And it just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to live over there for one race a month.
All right. Now, we have people watching maybe from across the world. Eric, how can they connect with you, maybe follow you on social media to see your development next year?
So I have an Instagram. Honestly, it's Eric Evans _official, and I think that's my tag on pretty much all my social medias, Twitter, Facebook, all that stuff.
And we do want to say, if you're listening, E-R-I-K.
Yes, E-R-I-K, not E-R-I-C-I. A lot of people get that confused. I know the E-C is more common, but we had to spice it up a little bit with the K.
Okay, so Eric Evans _official.
I'll give you one that's more spiced up than that. I have a friend who's in racing, Kyer Mullaney. His first name is Kyer. His mother wanted him named Eric. His dad said no, so his dad changed the name Eric backwards and spelled it differently, so it's K-Y-R-E, Kyer. So just you never know how things are going to turn out like that.
I think that's a little bit more than spice. I just might be flipping it on its head.
Yeah, exactly. Eric, we appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming up and talking with us. It's nice to get to know you.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me up here.
And you said you'll be out in the final for the Lo206 Sr. I guess we'll have to ask, what are you going to change from the pre-final to the final?
I don't think I could have done anything better for my part. I think the difference between me and Danny is he's running those Vega tires, which are probably the best rain tires you can get out there. I'm not quite on the same compound. But personally, I felt very good, and with the way I drove, I don't think I could have done anything different.
So now let's talk about that tire for a moment. The Vega tire, is it a different compound? Is it different tread structure? What's different on it?
So it's a different manufacturer than what I'm running. I'm running the Hoosier rain tires, and the Vegas are very well known for being very, very soft, very sticky, get lots of temperature in them really quickly. Towards the end of the session, I was running about the same lap times, but
so his tires had fallen off that much.
Yeah. So, but the Hoosiers take a lot longer to get up to that speed. So, by the time that I get up to speed, he's already a couple seconds up the road.
So, would it be to your advantage if we got rain, or if it had dries out more? What would be
if it
to
dries
your
out and we
advantage?
get on slicks, I think me and Danny will put on a pretty good fight. But unfortunately, I don't think it's looking like that right now. So
As you can see, our next group, the KA, is coming on track. That's not
Boy, more
spray.
fog.
That's not spray. That's the exhaust of the two-stroke KA. So we're going to get 12 laps in. But right now, once again, we're just talking with Eric Evans, one of our Lo206 Sr. drivers. He finished second in the pre-final and has big plans for next year. He'll be going over to be running in the British GT Championship. So once again, he had said it's Eric Evans _official is his handle if you want to connect with him, and that's Eric with a K.
yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you, Eric. We appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Good
thank you
luck.
guys for having me.
Can't wait to follow you, what you do in England. We're going to be watching for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, guys.
All right.
All right, we're coming around right now. Let's see if we get a good start. We've got everything set to go with our KA 100s. Let's see if we get a green.
It looks like a very
No, did not.
unenthusiastic starter there, holding on.
So we'll round the little shortcut, bring them back around again, see if we get a good start to go. We got Will Franklin starting up front in this one in the junior. Now, again, we've got all the juniors lined up. We got some seniors back in the pack, actually more predominantly seniors than juniors in this one, John.
That's right. Just looking down at our skill sheet on the KA, it's a 100cc engine, so a little less power than we see in the tags. They're purely air-cooled. As far as weight, juniors, you think middle school as the green flag comes out. Juniors 12 to 15 years old. Seniors 15 and above. These carts can get upwards of 80 miles an hour. And the weight, about 320 pounds for the junior. As we got one around right at the top of turn number 1. So we couldn't quite get a number. And there are slicing and dicing up the hill towards turn number 3. So some big turnarounds there on that start. We're getting a replay here, so a great replay from our staff, mostly 2x2 coming into turn 1. That's a difficult spot with that off-camber turn to be side by side, and the first few carts seem to get through okay. Mostly too wide and it was one of the front carts. He was the one that went around just right off the exit of the corner. So once again, we'll get a replay of which cart it was. The pole sitter starts to move right to the right of the edge of the track, and then they come around side by side through the corner. So the pole sitter was able to get to first, and I believe it's that cart in second that's going to go around. We got 14 the leader, then the 98, and no, the 14 it was the leader. He got out on the rumble strips and the painted sections, very little grip on both of those, and that was enough to send the cart around. So some heady moments here on the opener. Just some other details about these KAs. The juniors will weigh about 320 pounds. Seniors are going to be about 360 pounds. So the juniors a little bit lighter, just what they're running out on the track. But again, both of these types of carts can get upwards of 80 miles an hour, and that's where they'd hit it right at the end of the long back straightaway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So you've been enjoying some racing here in our pre-finals as well as some interviews. Hunter McBride, Jackson McNeely were coming in from our kid kart division, and then we had Eric joining us and one of our Lo206 Sr. drivers. So one lap on the board. Zach Frank is the early leader. He was the winner in the pre-final yesterday, but at the end of the day, he was leading, got passed late by Spencer Mast in the main event. Mast running third with Sam Machado in the middle. Machado is a familiar name. He was the second place driver in the tag senior race earlier today. So great action in the middle of the pack. 5 carts just about nose to tail, and now they're getting side by side. So Charles has stepped out for a moment. We're going to be joined by another voice here.
Lucas Arnett.
Lucas Arnett, welcome to the microphone. So what do you see here in our KA 100 pre-final?
So far, it's been a great race. We had that little hiccup in turn 1 with these track conditions. To be expected, though, right? You got Banu coming down here in 8th place. There's a close battle between 7th and 8th. Zach is out to a major lead out front, especially with Will Franklin making the spin in turn 1 on the first lap.
Now, if you were here yesterday, Spencer Mast got up to second in the final, and Zach Frank had maybe a 2.5 second lead, and Spencer Mast just went to work chopping away. We'll have to see what happens here. Mast still battling with Machado.
Very large overcoming yesterday for Spencer. Zach is one of the most experienced guys on this track, goes out and competes in the Stars Championship and does extremely well. Typically, we see him in shifter carts and stuff, but him and his Eyes Up Racing team have been more focused towards coaching and getting people ready for their races. So today, he's probably doing a little bit of both. So could be a challenge for him.
It's exciting in this winter shootout series that we don't normally see the factory tents, I'll call them, down here. Most races we have people just show up with a trailer, and to actually have like the Eyes Up factory tent here really gives a different vibe to the winter shootout series. On the left side is where you can see some of those larger factory tents set up, and when you walk by you see 3 to 5 carts inside there. Really gives it that professional factory feel.
For sure, for sure. When we took over the program 2 years ago, we had about 60 drivers, and I think in our championship summer series, we finished with about 140 drivers. So we have about 7 teams on property that use this track as their home track. And, yeah, just growing the sport.
Oh, we got one going around, 360 spin there. A lot of drivers spinning. Sam Machado was in second. A few other carts struggling. Sorry, Lucas, I just received word. It is raining outside. If you watch the screen, you're seeing more rooster tails being kicked up. That's an indication that there's more water on the track. So these drivers having to struggle. You're almost seeing maybe some rain come down in the camera. And if you can see it in the camera, that means it's raining pretty good. So we've been on a wet track, but not precipitating through most of the day. Now the rain is coming, and there's some crossover moves through turn 1. These drivers have really been thrown a curveball as they're coming close to the halfway point of this KA 100 pre-final.
These drivers definitely wanted this experience in the pre-final, so they're set up more for the final. Unfortunately, this is another aspect of racing that makes it so challenging. So you're on completely different track conditions. Yes, they were on wet rain tires. But now that the rain's coming back, you got puddles and stuff. There was some contact with that Sam Machado incident, and we'll see if the race director has to look at that again and go from there.
So I'm looking at radar. Looks like we'll be under a persistent rain for at least the next hour, but could be for the remainder of the day. So the other classes may not have all the details they want on. They were on a wet but not soaked track, and now it looks like drivers are going to be out in the soaking rain as they come to the cross flags. Zach Frank, your leader, with 6 laps remaining in our KA 100 pre-final.
And this class is probably one of the lucky ones because they're going to be able to experience these harsher conditions. It's the races that led up to this point where the conditions have completely went sideways. So.
And now, will drivers maybe change lines where it's very wet on the track? Will they try to avoid the main groove? Maybe there's more oil and grease in the main groove. It just makes it really slick?
Probably in the corners whenever they see those puddles puddling up. That water underneath them is just like driving a car at a big speed, is hydroplaning and stuff. On those main straights, they don't have to worry as much. So front stretch, you'll see water piling up in the middle of the track, and then back stretch is slanted, so there shouldn't be any water. You'll have to really keep a close eye on turn 9, coming out of the exit of turn 9, whenever it starts coming down really hard, and also the kink. We get some major puddling there, and that'll if it gets really bad, honestly, they'll slow down the race.
Okay, because it'll start ponding on there. Now, we're chatting with Lucas here. One thing Charles and I didn't quite know what to experience. On a dirt track, drivers will have tear-offs on their visor as mud and debris gets on the visor. They reach up, pull a tear off, and at least for a while have a clear vision. What do these drivers do? Because I have to imagine after a while their visor gets covered up with moisture. Do they use tear-offs, or do they maybe just reach up and give a quick wipe with their hand?
90% of them, their best friends today is Rain-X, which will let that water just slide off of there.
So they're going fast enough, it'll bead up and then just blow away.
Correct. And there's enough precipitation out there to where it beads up good. Those lighter conditions like earlier today when you're behind somebody is a little bit harder. But today, they're using Rain-X. They used to have those like windshield wiper fans in front of them in the old school kart racing, but now it's pretty much Rain X.
How about this, where it's a cooler day? Do they have any issues with fogging inside their helmet?
That would be my biggest concern.
Because here I'm thinking it's not bad enough you have moisture on the outside. Now you have moisture on the inside as you're working out there.
Yeah, and there's a spray for that divers use to go in.
You mean scuba divers?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So there's a spray for it. I don't know.
Oh, we got one around.
There goes Siminoff.
Yeah, Siminoff. We had
third
Vincent
place.
Vincent Capatillo was working to the inside, and Theodore Siminoff. And now we see a hand in the air that didn't say cooperate to me. And when I saw that look, Sam Machado really had his second tough break in this pre-final. Maybe not too happy the way Siminoff pulled back on track.
Theodore definitely made an unsafe re-entry, so race director more than likely is going to give a penalty for that because it cost
Machado's momentum was completely
quite
interrupted.
a bit. He had to stop, and that's why you see the frustrations. Hopefully they don't take it out on track.
Well, so we might be having some chats down after the race with the stewards and some of the drivers. Once again, Zach Frank out front, 9 laps on the board. You can see a variety of lines that the drivers are trying to either not have to saw on that steering wheel or find grip as rain is starting to fall here. We're located at Atlanta Motorsports Park, just a couple miles west of Dawsonville, Georgia, and that's in the North Atlanta metro area moving up to the mountains. So we're wondering here, my partner Charles Headwell, he's enjoying some of the catered lunch that we have today, is wondering if they'll shorten the course. And Lucas, there's really not a way to change the course. I know if you rent this facility, there's 2 or 3 different configurations you can use with the cutoffs, but I imagine today they're on the course that they're going to get what they get.
Yep, we got 4 configurations, C track for the kid karts, and then you got B track, Super B, and then A. Today we're on A for the adults, and we'll stay on A the entire time. We only have 1 timing loop, so if we convert to B, that takes out the whole back end of the track down there in turn 16. So,
as they're getting loose coming through turn number 4, there we see Sam Machado having a fight as well as trying to hold off Camden Trachtenberg. We're going to focus down towards turn 9. I believe these are our leaders. Trying to see, is that Spencer Mast there?
That looked like Vincent Capatillo.
That was Capatillo,
and,
okay.
Which would be Spencer Mast right in front of him.
Okay. So
actually, Capatillo went in front of Spencer, so we got Spencer going to come across the flag in third and Vincent in second. And Zach Frank just putting in a dominance performance so far.
Almost 5 seconds of a lead for Zach Frank. Just to give an idea, these best times we're seeing are about 1 minute. Yesterday, these KAs were probably down in the 53-second range. So, again, we're seeing that 7 seconds seems to be the number of when this track is wet, drivers are just much slower on this facility. But I say slower on a mile track, that's still averaging 60 miles an hour in the rain.
For sure, for sure. And big shout out to Sam. Sam is in the junior class, keeping up with he's above mid-pack in 5th place overall, first in his class, keeping up with the big guys. So that's really good.
So there you can see almost some ponding right in the middle of 16 and 17, but it's Zach Frank's day so far as he comes home the winner in the KA 100 pre-final. He will roll across the scales and make sure everything's official. Vincent Capatillo comes home in second, and we should see Spencer Mast come across, and then Christopher Blevins in third, with Sam Avrutsky, our top junior, coming home in 5th. As we see one spinning out right after the final, Theodore Siminoff not having his day of days right now, his second spin in this pre-final.
Luckily, that one's after the race.
Yeah, still has to unsettle you emotionally when you're out there and the kart's not working.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Zach Frank, our winner in the KA 100 Senior Division. He will start on the pole for the 12-lap final that will come up later in the program. All right.
Got shifters on the cart on the track right now. We got 3 carts out there for the shifter cart, and of course, Lucas, these guys just standing start. So at least that's in theory, it's a standing start. May not exactly have that going right there at the moment.
Yep, you got one that stalled, but whenever you stall out like that, unfortunately, you lose your position. Typically on a national level race, they would get him restarted if they have enough time and put him in the back of the field. But since he was in second as the green went out and it was stalled out, that's why we just got to push him and get him going again.
Yesterday we saw Robbie Campbell. I don't remember Robbie having been here before, but we saw him have a good race yesterday. Didn't win it, but we saw Robbie Campbell have a great performance yesterday.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what happened with Danny Perez. Danny Perez was dominating. He was second on a lap, every lap, faster than everybody, and then Robbie came back and ended up being 2 seconds faster and on the half end of the race, and ended up making it very interesting.
Well, now these carts, obviously a shifter cart means you've got different gears that they go through. The other carts all are stuck with the gear that they start with. When we get into wet conditions like today, are they going to be shifting differently, obviously, than they would before? Do they shift earlier going into the corners and shift down? How do they handle that?
Yeah, they're probably shifting down quite a bit earlier than they normally would going into the corners. Going out of the corners, they may have to be a little more careful on how aggressive they are so they don't just rip the tires and spin the back end, but not too different, just a lot of earlier braking, earlier shifting.
Since we're slower today just because of the wet conditions than we have been in the past, do they still get into high gear at any point, or do they not get all the way up to that highest gear?
It's kind of, I would say they're there on backstretch still. You got straight enough conditions to still be able to get on it. It's really up to the driver. You have different levels in these kind of things, and Danny Perez is really good. This is his first full season, which is only the winter season. Next year will be his first full season in shifter, and we'll just have to see. It looks like Eric's going to pull off because of that bad start.
Yeah, I think Eric is done for the day, so we'll have Danny and Robbie going to be competing here for this one. We're 2 laps in right now out of the 12, and today the finals have been cut to 12. Yesterday they were 14. They're going to be the same as the pre-finals today, and it's just simply condition-wise. It's just not conducive to run those 2 extra laps today.
Correct. Yep. We were planning on hopefully trying to squeeze in enough like the earlier conditions that we saw. Unfortunately, we can't make the weatherman change the weather, and so we're going to be wet for the rest of the race.
Well, as we come up right now, you see Danny Perez coming by in our location here in Turn 4. One of the treacherous points on the racetrack. It doesn't look that bad, but that wall in Turn 4, the way that the track is configured, just comes up in a hurry on you in turn number 4. So I think the drivers always have to be mindful of the fact that that wall can come out in a quick hurry to you.
Yeah, for those 2-stroke engines, definitely. The LOs are struggling so much getting up to the hill that they're barely even braking in turn 4. Turn 9 is definitely the hard one, in my opinion, that you got to master. That's where you can gain the most or lose the most in this corner right here that we just saw.
When we're over at the main track announcing over there, we obviously have a good vantage point of turn number 9. Here at the kart track, and that's where we see the most spin outs, especially during rental karts. Guys get down there and they think, man, I'm just going to power through there, and they usually power themselves over into the sagebrush.
For sure. Typically, turn 2 for non-experienced drivers is the hardest on track. For these drivers that are out here often, it's a cakewalk. So once you master it, you're pretty good at it. But those new guys running those rental karts aren't used to a 40-foot drop on a racetrack.
Yeah, John and I were talking about that yesterday. We don't see that many people spin out. You might see a mechanical failure in turn 2, but you don't see that many guys spin out. That is one, as you said, once you've mastered it, you've mastered it. And they get used to going through there, even though it would be, in my opinion, it would be the scariest turn on the track. As John mentioned yesterday, whenever he dove off into that turn, you see nothing but sky. You don't have any idea that it's dropping down below you for a moment until the front end of the cart drifts down enough.
For sure, and whenever you have these carts on track in dry conditions, they're 2 inches off the ground from their tires. Their tires are 2 inches off the ground, so they're flying.
They're
literally
catching air as they go through there.
That's what's crazy to me is watching these guys go down that hill, and halfway down is when they're actually being able to slow the cart down because of the brakes.
The lowest point on the track is the kink coming out of turn 7. That is the lowest elevation point on the track. Drivers were telling me that there are puddles that usually are there, and that unless we get to a situation, if it were to dry out, as long as there's a puddle down there, they'll keep rain tires on. That's sort of the indicator. If there's no puddle there, they might take the rain tires off if the track dries out enough. But what other area of the track? You mentioned turn 9 earlier, that puddles gain.
So 16 on here, that back side of the track coming out of there's a little runoff stream that typically gets created, and then in the kink as well. I can guarantee you that all these racers will be on rains for the remainder of these
I got
races.
a feeling today is rain tire kind of day. We heard Eric talking about the difference in the Vega tire and the Hoosier tire, and there's quite a bit of difference. He was talking about Danny May being on the Vega tire, whereas he's on the Hoosier tire. Takes the Hoosiers a little longer to get warmed up and get to doing the things they need to do to displace the water. Apparently, the Vega tire has a bit of an advantage doing that, especially on short runs like this.
It definitely does. All the different tires you can use. That's the reason why on slicks that we're spec, so we have to run MGs, reds, or yellows. And then so MG reds would be for the 4-stroke class, and then yellows would pretty much be for the rest of them. 2 different compounds, but it's a spec tire. You have to run that to be able to compete in the race. I may change that for next year in the rule book that rains go to it, because we had quite a few races to where the rain tires definitely made a difference in the championship points.
I see. So that did dictate some of the outcomes of that. Is there a dictation on which rain tires are available? We've heard the 2 different ones, the Vega and the Hoosier. Are those the only ones available, or are more compounds available?
Oh, there's just like car tires, there's hundreds of kart tires that are there to choose from. You got Maxxis, you got MG, which is what we use for slicks. You got Hoosier, Vegas, Bridgestones.
But you don't dictate that for rain tires. That's up to the teams.
Correct. For now, it is up to the teams. It is likely to be changing in my book that we switch out. We may be going even on our slicks to a different tire rather than the MGs too. We'll just have to see how it works out.
For many years, I've talked to crew chiefs in various forms of racing, and NASCAR racing.
Danny Perez almost lost it.
He almost lost it coming off of there. That's that treacherous turn 4 we talk about. It's deceiving.
Yeah. Is he the only one on track right now? Okay.
Okay, Eric is still out on track. That was Robbie we must have lost earlier then. Yeah. We're talking about crew chiefs and talking about them. They're always looking for the gray area in the rule book and the things that aren't mentioned in the rule book that they can take advantage of. From your standpoint, in writing the rule book, do you want to give them some gray area, or do you try to dictate as much as possible to keep these level playing fields?
You never want a gray area with a kart racer, because he is going to find that gray area and use it against you every single time. So these guys will read through the book and probably know it better than me sometimes, and I got to fix it to where they don't know it better than me for the next year.
I was talking to Al Edwards down there earlier today, and I was involved with the truck series when it first started, and we had to, you check stagger on tires, and we had to actually dictate which measuring tape that drivers would use to measure their stagger, because they would say that stagger was measured so-and-so, but they were using a different one. So we had to tell them, you must use the Stanley, whatever the model number was, exact same one that we use in order to measure your stagger. It's amazing what you can get into. You can get way off in the weeds in these things.
Oh yeah, and we spent $3,000 roughly on. We got 2 to go. But we spent about $3,000 on a tire gauge, basically, and what that does
is durometer kind of thing?
No, this one, it smells the fumes that
are
inside the tire to make sure that you're not using certain things to put in that tire to give you another advantage to make them softer.
I have seen so many rotisserie units that drivers use. 24 hours a day, they'll be soaking tires, man,
Well,
and
that's dirt.
They'll swear they weren't soaking their tires, and it is you can smell it
Yeah.
whenever with the nose, much less a machine to do it.
In the dirt world, I mean, you're spending for a competitive season. You're one of my cousins are in it. For dirt, you're spending 25 to 50 grand a season on getting that tire prep done because it's legal.
That's
it's
right.
Legal in
I
dirt.
got to say, so the drivers, you're saying, would they soak the tires, or are they putting in a substance actually when they inflate the tire that sort of soaks it from the inside?
Typically, you're putting something on the inside that while your tire's moving, it's soaking in that to help that compound with grip.
It's like reverse fix-a-flat, Charles, is what that
Yeah,
is now.
just
And we
the
hear a lot
opposite.
about tire prep. And, Charles, I mean, this has happened on asphalt as well. For our viewers that may not be familiar, you can put certain substances on the tire where it almost breaks down the rubber. It makes it softer. Softer tire will be grippier. It won't last as long, but for those few laps where they're perfect, you'll have really great grip, which will translate into incredible lap time. So it sounds like, Charles, what Lucas is describing of the kart drivers finding space in the rules. That's a tale as old as time. We hear that on the dirt world and on the asphalt circle track world.
And lost in this is the fact that Danny Perez just won the race. I have a friend who is a funeral director, and the joke has always been, what are you doing, soaking your tires in embalming fluid? And he got me off to the side one day, and he said, yeah, I really do. And he said it has been the best tire soaker there ever was, but
Wow.
don't tell anybody.
But
So
now-
embalming
but
fluid.
you don't call it tire soaking. You call it tire prep.
Tire
We're
prep,
air
that's
quoting
right.
here. Tire
Yeah.
prep.
Yeah,
is
and you
what
got to
it is.
cover them with saran wrap and the whole deal, man. It is
I've heard the
an
saran
art
wrap's
now.
different, so that the tire doesn't oxidize once you see them grind the tire off.
Yeah,
I still
saran
say
wrap wouldn't be considered tire prep.
it's not tire prep, but in the dirt world they grind off the tire to get fresh rubber that's not oxidized, and so they don't have to do it Saturday at the track. They'll wrap the tire in saran wrap on a Tuesday or Wednesday night, whenever they do it. And then it stops the oxidization, so it keeps food fresh. It keeps tires fresh, I guess. Then when they come to the track, hopefully they pull the saran wrap off before they go on the track. And, Charles, I'm sure you've seen some crew member running after a car down the pit exit trying to make sure that the car has the saran wrap taken off.
We had a kids' car race. These little Power Wheels
Okay.
car race for
Were
like
they
3 or 4
were
years
they
old.
soaking in
No,
Power Wheels?
but a kid showed up and he had his tires wrapped with saran wrap. It was the coolest thing ever. I mean, it looked just like Dad out there with his tires wrapped up with saran wrap.
So it sounds like karting drivers are the exact same as any other type of driver. They're trying to find some edge in the rule book, Lucas.
Absolutely, all the time and forever it will be. They can change different types of rims, and that gives you advantages. Some rims like our aluminum compound, and they'll help heat the tire up faster or slower. And then you have like metal, steel. You have all kinds of different rims that are legal to be able to switch out to make that work.
Charles, earlier we were talking with Al Edwards, an Lo206 driver, and he was talking about how the frames had to be built. You had to have a certain diameter of tubing as well as a certain thickness. And we know we've heard cases on the short track racing world where drivers try to cheat on that. It saves weight. And, of course, it does save weight until they get into an accident. And then usually it can have potentially fatal consequences in that case.
A
where
lot of
it's
guys,
too thin.
they do rifle boring now of axles and things to try to hollow axles out so there's not so much weight in there. And you have to really get some heavy tech to find out if an axle has been rifle bored or not. And I've seen drivers thrown out this year at various racetracks because they had their axles hollowed out by rifle boring them.
Don't try that at Five Flags. That's the track that seems to tech harder than any others. But there was some driver
Yeah, the
recently
room
in
of
Florida.
doom. Yeah, Ronnie.
The bolt. They had hollowed out the bolt, and the crew chief, he said it was an accident, but he used a hollowed out bolt in a particular case because he knew it was sort of wrong. He knew he needed a solid, but all he had was the hollowed, and he used it, and he got caught. And
Well,
again,
Ricky-
you're saving what, a few maybe a few milligrams
yeah,
on a
but
bolt being
Ricky
hollowed.
Ricky Brooks is known as one of the toughest tech guys, and he is at Five Flag Speedway for the Snowball Derby. And Ricky, they call it the Room of Doom down there because when you go in there, that car is torn completely down.
Haven't drivers at Five Flags been afraid to do burnouts because maybe that peels off enough rubber and then you're not tall enough? As we're finals underway, we're getting underway with our first race, our Lo206 Cadet race. They're going to go 12 laps. Oliver Nabert was our pole sitter, but looks like Lincoln Massey got the jump with those. You see those yellow gloves out front, Charles.
Wow, we're in finals already, John. I can't believe this. It's our day is moving quite along here. Lucas, now let's talk a little bit about these cadets, these Lo206 cadets. We've got the little small engines in there. Of course, these are young guys, so tell us a little bit about these karts.
Yep, so these karts are cadet classes. Usually they're under 12 years old, roughly. This is a great class to get into, entry level, beginning to start out. Even I probably would put my kid in something like this rather than the Kid Kart program. The Kid Kart program, you have the Comer engines, which we may end up deciding not to go with them anymore because you can't develop them. There's no way to tech them correctly.
What do you mean develop them?
To make them legal, all even, to an extent. So there's no way to see what people are doing and how much money they're doing. They're $1,200 for a little weed eater motor when you could have an LO motor and grow up with for your rest of your life, basically, and have the same motor and just change the slides out. And what that is open up the air so that you can get bigger fuel, the motor will go faster and doesn't have a limiter.
How much can they bore and stroke? Can they do any of that kind of thing to this engine, or has it got to be completely
on the LO
standard?
No.
The LO, but just the slide is the only thing that varies in that.
Correct.
Okay, got you.
Yep, and then you have different age groups that have different slides that are mandatory.
Now, this is, of course, Briggs & Stratton engines,
Correct.
always in this. We know, of course, other small engine manufacturers. There's the Kohlers. There's all kinds of different things there. But why the Briggs & Stratton? Is that sort of the standard in the kart racing world?
Briggs got brought in because the racing scene was getting so expensive, nobody could afford to get in, especially on the two-stroke side. Briggs got brought in simply just to get the activity up after 2008's recession. Karting took a massive blow. Entertainment typically goes whenever you have a recession first. So they brought that in, and it's turned out to be one of the most competitive learning race lines, learning how to race correctly classes there is out there. Now, Tillotson is trying to release a T12 motor that would be able to compete with these evenly. We'll see what happens with it. It's a new motor, so we'll see. But you may be able to even see Tillotson possibly in the same class as this.
We had some Tillotsons. We had a division for Tillotsons last year, I believe it was. So that was a little different aspect. Now, when the Briggs & Stratton, the Lo206, what divisions will this be able to carry them through that run here at this racetrack?
For Lo206?
Yes.
Lo206, you can run it from Kid Kart up to Lo Master with the same motor. You're just changing out those slides.
I got you. Okay.
So we'll see what happens with Tillotson. Tillotson's motor that they sent out, we were having some issues developing it and getting it right for our track. It had some issues once it starts and then goes off. Getting it restarted was a very big issue. We don't know if it was a fuel issue, what it was, but they're trying to fix those issues. But they're coming out. That was the T25 motor. Now they're coming out with the T12 motor, and that one's supposed to be the same spec almost as this Briggs class to be able to compete with this Briggs class rather than a separate class.
Well, we saw a moment ago Neighbor got by Massey. That was down in turn number 9. That was on lap 1 of this race. He continues to lead it right now. We're talking about the Briggs & Stratton engines. When it comes to the fuel, how restrictive are you on fuel? Must they buy track fuel? Do you look at the color of the fuel? Do you test the fuel? How does that go?
Yep, so they have to buy track fuel. We pull our samples every morning, and we actually have a fuel tester to make sure that they're within 10 points of each other. So you got to give a little bit of variable because some people that are running like an aluminum tank, there we have a spin 44,
That's
so
Robards,
Robards, yeah. Spun. So yeah, we tech that very heavily. That's one of your biggest advantages is fuel. So we bought a fuel tester, and those rooster tails are really flying today.
Yeah. When you have the two-stroke engines, with you have the oil and gas mixture there, is there a control on how much you do, or does some run it a little fat and some run it a little lean? How does that work?
Yeah, that doesn't really matter. What we want to make sure is that octane level's consistent with everything else. So whenever they pull in, even though it has oil in there, it's going to read about the same as what we pull our test sample from the fuel tank.
So the oil doesn't affect the testing,
Nope.
really?
Nope.
Got you. Okay. Interesting to know. All of these things that I've been wondering, I finally get a chance to ask about.
Yeah. We have a tech reader that literally just puts in a wire down there, and it reads exactly what's going on. Typically, we'll read the fuel stays fresher in the glass jar, so we'll read up to 10 points difference, and you get that sometimes, but after 10 points between like the filled, something's off.
Tires. Do you test tires here on site, or I know many of our dirt tracks and asphalt tracks, they have to send them to someone like Blue Ridge Labs that specifies in checking tire preparedness. Do you do that on site, or is that something that occasionally you send some samples off?
Nope, we never have to send samples off due to the fact that we bought the top of the line equipment to be able to test the fumes inside the tires. So what that's going to see is anytime if they were soaking and there's that air, they just fill it up with air, I'm going to be able to know that they were soaking because the fumes are still going to fill up or get that smell in them or however it dictates that.
I see. Talking about top-of-the-line equipment, I was in the helmet room yesterday, and prior to the COVID situation that came up, I think that back in those days you just wiped a helmet out and maybe put a different sock on and everybody would go out on the track. Now you've got this expensive chamber in there where all the helmets are detoxed, I guess you'd say. So that has brought on some new changes when we went through our post-COVID world.
Yep, so fortunately enough, we don't have to use the sanitizer helmet machine anymore. What that was some crazy LED lights that disinfect everything, and we get to go back to the old skate country days and disinfect everything with the Lysol.
Okay, so that's good. So spray the bowling shoes, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
We've got 6 laps completed right now. You see the halfway flags out as our drivers continue on. Neighbor is your leader as he heads down into turn number 2, and they take that a little more gingerly now than they did earlier in the day. You can tell that those drivers are really respecting the water on the racetrack.
And it's really impressive to see Oliver, man. He really just loves he just gave a thumbs down, so he may not be liking something on the cart. We'll have to see if there's anything going on there. But he really loves that rain weather. I mean, he just, every time I watch him in the rain, he just really strives out there and starts putting on a performance. I mean, he was in second place with probably a 2 or 3 second gap, and now he's got a 2 or 3 second gap in first place 6 laps in.
Yeah, and Lincoln Massey is running in second spot. We noticed him in those distinctive yellow gloves or yellow shoes. I've forgotten what it was, but it was a distinctive yellow brand that he had going on with his cart. As we come across right there, we've got some more coming across the start-finish line. Those are drivers that are back a little further. Ian Patterson, I think, was the driver in 6th position who came around. Right now, we're very close to getting our leaders back around once again. There you see Nabert coming around with Lincoln Massey in second spot. Lincoln still within striking distance, but Nabert, as you said, he seems to like this track. John, what you got?
Well, something for our viewers, just because of the rains that are happening right now, the drones are grounded right now. So when we were having some great drone shots all yesterday, as well as through the pre-finals today, but with the rains coming, we've had to pull the drones in. So we're just working with our great camera crew, but we're missing that excitement that the drone would add to
we had a drone grounded yesterday, but a little different situation.
It backflipped into a tree. We saw that as a replay yesterday. So yeah, definitely some murk outside, a lot of green on the radar. We're just under a light to moderate rain. It looks like it's going to be with us the rest of the day, as well as cold, 50 degrees. So, Charles, I have to start to wonder, for some of these drivers, I know they have gloves on. These gloves aren't really built for warmth. They're built to protect the hands from the friction on the steering wheel. So maybe we're going to have some drivers out there with some cold hands when they're getting halfway through these races.
John, you are a weatherman by trade. That is your full-time gig, and you've been a great weatherman for a lot of years working with
great. We're going to air quote great there, yeah.
You have been a weatherman for the last a weather person. Let's get this correct gender-wise. A weather person for the last few years. Mirth, was that a word you used? Is that an official?
In the Merc out
Merc,
there.
Is that an official weather term?
Well, when you look out, not where our camera's showing, if we look out the windows to the north and you just see some fog and mist rising up from the little valleys, knowing it's raining and it's cold, look, it's just a yucky day.
Okay.
So
not to
this
be
is that page of the thesaurus that race announcers don't normally have, because we don't normally race when it's raining.
That's right.
When it's raining, we're just done. So
we're
we
normally
have
at
all
home
the
watching football
we
when
have
it's
the
raining.
beautiful adjectives all mapped out for how great the day is. Well, today it's just a yuck factor out there.
And Merc, of course, we're in the Christmas season. Merc, not to be confused with myrrh.
Myrrh, yes. I saw a great meme online where someone went to buy gold, and it was an Amazon-type ad, and it said, shoppers also buy. And they had down in the corner myrrh and frankincense. So when you make recommendations.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've given my wife frankincense and myrrh for Christmas gifts. Anyway, she prefers gold and diamonds.
I can imagine. So Lincoln Massey holding just within striking distance. Oliver's going to have to be perfect over these next 3 laps, because if all it takes is one bad corner, you can spin out and easily lose 10 to 15 seconds before you get back on track.
Lincoln took 2/10 off of that last lap time compared to Oliver. So as long as he keeps that going, his lap times, he'll be able to get close. He's about 2 seconds behind right now.
So the rain here does remind me, viewers, you want to connect with Atlanta Motorsports Park on social media, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter. The staff here creates some amazing videos of what is happening on the track, whether it's the kart track or the main track. Something they've been doing this month. You can follow the adventures of Thurman, the elf on the shelf here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Charles, yesterday it appeared that he stole a Camaro off the main track paddock and ended up down on the ice hill in the skid pad. So Thurman was out enjoying the skid pad for a wet evening out there.
I wonder if our friend Rachel Heiler, who pilots that safety car over there, had something to do with that.
Well, this is a Camaro.
Oh,
she drives
Camaro,
a BMW. Okay. So, but yeah, you could see, and they had video of Thurman, breaking into the car and taking it over there, and I think he turned off traction control as well. So, race fans, we encourage you to connect with Atlanta Motorsports Park on social media. It's the best way to find out about what's happening, racing action on track, as well as some of the fun things they do for the community. Here we see Lincoln Massey just trying to get by one of the slower karts. I believe that's Ian, might be Axel, if we can get a number on that. With the spray, it's a little difficult. That might be Ryan DeHoney.
It's the Grinch in the green hat. That's who it is.
Green car. So that helped Oliver, I think, grow his lead just a little bit as Massey got pinned behind a slower car.
John, yesterday we talked about people catching folks at the right time and at the wrong time to pass them. That was a bad time to try to catch him to get by him.
That's the part of lap traffic that really affects the end of a race. And usually lap traffic, you'll see the corners throwing out a blue flag. They're supposed to get off the main race line. Younger kids, it's a lot harder for them to understand. So going into turn 6, he should have gone outside and swept it outside, but he tried to go inside but got caught up in traffic. So
we're taking a wide line around there. Was Lincoln Massey coming off turn number 2. He doesn't look like he's trying to close in too much on this final lap.
Looks like Oliver, you can see really wide off turn 5. Again, the driver's just not wanting to crank it too tight, which would cause that rear end to come around. So Oliver has already taken the white flag. He won the pre-final earlier today. He's about a half lap from claiming the top spot on the podium this afternoon.
These not only do we have drivers who have to deal with these conditions, fans, parents, or mechanics, everybody out there, but the track officials, they're having to bear through some tough times, as are our camera people. Very yeoman's work for all of those folks today.
Our poor flagman doesn't have, some of the marshals around have the little almost huts that they can stand in with at least a cover over them. Our poor flagman today is just fully exposed to all the cold and all the muck and rain out there.
Yeah, and I bet that flag's about 2 pounds heavier being wet that he tries to get out over Oliver Neighbor as he comes by. Lincoln Massey finishes in second spot, and we're awaiting the rest of the field to come by.
He's already doing the hand switch, so that flag must be heavy.
That was Ryan DeHoney coming around. He was 1 lap down. He finishes 5th overall. Now we should see Ruben Greer come off turn number 17. So, Charles, really, as you said, this weather impacts everyone. The water just wants to get into everywhere for the drivers, even with a rain suit and the covers over the engine. The water will find its way in. The production staff, the track marshals, we're all just kind of struggling through on. We almost need to queue up some Guns N' Roses, but the month is wrong for a cold November rain here.
Well,
the calendar does say December.
We saw earlier in a couple of the shots that you saw the plastic bag that was over the cameras. It kind of got in the shot over the lens. So extra precautions have to be made for all of the technical equipment that is out here today in the rainstorm as well. Now,
even on these motors, if you look where it looks like there's a cup on the motor,
the coffee cup there.
What that's holding is it's just a plastic thing right on the outside of the air intake. So that
just creates a baffle?
No, it's just the air intake. So you got air that gets pulled into the motor like a vacuum, and then it exits out of the exhaust. So you're blocking the rain from clogging up or soaking that mesh air filter essentially, so that you can still get cool air into your motor and it doesn't bog it down.
Will that choke the engine down in some way? Like, obviously, if you're breathing and then you put a coffee cup over your mouth, we would get less oxygen into us. Does that, obviously you want to keep the water out, but would that tend to starve the engine of air?
Typically, no. There's still enough airflow that's coming around through that cup.
Okay.
But you definitely, if that air filter right there gets wet, it will bog that motor down because it's starving to breathe, and you have to have the perfect balance between fuel and air to make it go through.
And we've seen similar on, as opposed to a coffee cup on these Lo206s, the KAs and the tags have more of a sock or a boot that goes over their intake, which is down next to the driver on the right side.
Yeah, on the ones on the radiators, the tag carts, you'll see them right now probably putting tape over those radiators, and you'll see them pull it off. Here we have to spin out.
There's a good shot of that. Yeah, that was just a tough time. Now we'll see him pull back out. In a kind of an inopportune time, I believe.
No, this is.
He had to stand up. It was the KA 100 where we thought that Siminoff pulled in front of Machado. This must have been early in this race.
Which he's upset, but I don't know why he's upset because he did not have the advantage.
Right.
You have to be half a cart link up the other person's cart, and he was barely at the rear wheel, so I don't know why he's upset.
Yeah, and actually, that's earlier in the day because you're not seeing the plumes of water.
Right, that's there were only 3 carts in that at that point.
And that's Leonardo Oliveira. He was in his shifter,
Danny
and this
Perez.
is when he had a really wild ride. He's even got the front wheels.
Yeah, that was a scary moment.
Yeah, he's lucky he didn't stall it right there.
What would cause the front wheels to come up in that case as he's cornering?
So he's losing the back end right there, and the tires, since they're rain tires, still have enough grip to grab. So it's kind of like you're driving backwards, essentially, or you're driving backwards, and then you press the gas real hard. Yep, there's another spin.
That was Axel going around in our last race. So tough sledding out here for our kart drivers. And, Charles, I think it's just going to get worse as the day goes on. Looking at radar, we're just going to be under a persistent, moderate rain, where early in the day, at least you would say the track was wet but not soaked. Now, at this point, we're going to see ponding and standing water.
Yeah, you see some puddles forming down there coming off turn 3. John, we talk about how these drivers are always on the edge of out of control. That's sort of the way race drivers operate. But whenever you don't know exactly what out of control is, today that has changed the equation because you're not sure where that out of control mark is.
What? Add to the fact that now the equation is changing lap by lap. If the rain becomes more intense, and this track's big enough, maybe the rain's just more intense down in turn 9, you're going to have a different experience than maybe when you get over to turn 4, where it's not raining quite as hard. And then if the rain gets light, you think, hey, I can push it harder, and then you get a little more rain. and it's going to be a wet, less grip experience. So
Yeah,
lap by lap, it's going to be something the drivers are having to fight with.
We're in the middle of finals right now. We've gotten a couple of those out from under us already. The tags are on the way out now. Touch and Go is what this stands for, and why is Touch and Go? What specifically about Touch and Go? Is it just the start? What is it that causes this to be?
Torque and horsepower. It's ready to go at all times. So you touch the gas, you're going to go.
Okay, so that's what it is. Okay,
it's really good kart. You really want to be on the front of the pack now that we're getting these storms in, because that water that's coming up on those rooster tails is going to make it hard to see, because it's not like it's clean water on a racetrack.
That's right.
There's going to be dirt. There's going to be debris. Even though they got the Rain X, it's going to get smoggy out there.
Yeah, what is that old saying about if you're not the lead dog, the view is not too good? So I think it's the same case with the situation
I definitely
here.
want to be 1 or 2 right now, especially on the starts.
Yeah, we're going to see these guys. Oz Cheek starting in second spot. Mike Conrad's going to be up front right now as we get the tag masters. We're going seniors and masters together. We'll typically start the masters in a separate group behind the seniors. That's planned at the start of this race, but we'll watch those as they sort of intermingle throughout the race.
Yep. We'll keep doing that. You also got to think about, Charles, whenever you're coming down that turn 1, and you got all that drift spray, and especially on the starting lap, if there's a collision or something in front of you and you're not able to see, it's going to have to be, especially on those bigger classes, you're going to have to watch out.
Yeah, well, we were talking about the Circuit of the Americas thing with Martin Truex when NASCAR went there, and they didn't realize that there's going to be so much spray, you just can't see what's going on in front of you. That may be on a smaller scale possibly, but still the same situation going on right here.
Yeah, we're definitely going to, especially on that LO and KA class, hope nothing happens, because it could end up being quite a large pileup.
So we did not get a clean start that time. We'll get them back around and see if we get them lined up properly this time. Starts have been pretty good today. Sometimes in the past races we've seen them being pretty difficult, but I think all the drivers are pretty much on their toes today. They're more so than usual. Their sensory perception is more because they just have to think more today.
For sure. And I am going to let John hop back on here. I will join you all for the LO and KA finals, but I am going to take my lunch break now.
Great, Lucas, man. We enjoyed learning from you.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Always nice to get good information. We are green flag racing right now as we head off down to turn number 2. We've got a good battle going on. Look at that battle for first and second as they head up the hill, John. Now we got a side-by-side battle going on from Karsten Gregory and Sam Machado.
And it almost looks for the moment like maybe it's not quite raining as hard, but now you see those rooster tails coming up as they drop through the kink. That's where you see the rain almost crossing the track as one goes off most of the lawn down there.
Man, Kozlowski, it's taking him a while to get back on track.
Yeah, I mean, he almost went half the straightaway before that cart would pull onto the track. Charles, that's one of those cases you can imagine how difficult the cart probably wants to get pulled into the mud more than it wants to be on the track there.
Isn't that something, how that was so hard for him to get that thing back on track? Right now, there's your top 3 as they head into turn 15. Actually, the whole field is right there in that one shot as they work their way now. It's a complete lap number 1. This is Tag Senior and Tag Master.
So this is the second fastest class, just behind the shifter class. We'll see what they're able to do, but again, we're seeing times of 1:03, and I think they were about 1 minute in the pre-final. More water down on the track is going to cause these carts to be even slower, but through it all, Leonardo Oliveira has been leading the way.
Oliveira is your leader.
Ooh.
He brings it through turn 4.
You can see Conrad's getting real loose on that corner.
Yeah, interesting moment for him as he came through there. They go through that lowest area of the track down in the kink. That's where we expect puddling to begin a little more, and also some puddling right here in 9, and that can present a problem for him as they have to turn that more than 180 degrees there.
So Leonardo Oliveira was our pre-final winner. We're going 12 laps here. Yesterday we had the extra laps with 14 with the wet conditions. We're just doing 12 today for our final. This, speaking of final, is the final race of the Winter Shootout Series, so I imagine we'll have winners for the day crowned as well as championships awarded. Our scorers, I'm going to take a peek back around. I don't see the abacus out yet, Charles, but I imagine they're going to have some math going later in the day.
And probably this will be the final broadcast of my racing career today.
No.
I think that's
we're going to have to let you
pretty much
sign
going to be
off
the
here.
consensus at my household anyway. I think that's
Okay.
going to be the case. So
I give you about 3 months, and then you're going to be jonesing to get back and enjoy some racing.
Well, the jonesing has begun. Whether the actual announcing will begin again or not, I don't know. Oliveira is your leader. Sam Machado holding on into second spot. And when I say holding on, I mean that last lap or so, he was holding on for dear life coming through turn
He's
4.
right on the bitter edge there. As we said, every corner, every lap, almost looking behind him there. And now here comes Mike Conrad off turn 12. Has a run down 13, but cannot make it work. You can just see the puddles splashing once they get outside the line of racing.
You know, and that's another thing. The driver in front, you know how it is whenever you're going through somewhere and someone has created some ruts. Oh, my, what a tight spot that was. But they've created some ruts, so they've moved the water out of the way momentarily, so that obviously would be the fastest way to go and not get out into somebody else's area where there's so much water.
Well, one of the things I recall from driver's ed, they said, in the rain, you want to be in the tire tracks of the car in front of you because the car in front of you has pushed the water away. You can see it, depending on how heavy it's raining, from last for 5 to 10 seconds where there's less water on that spot. You could imagine the same thing would happen here. And like you said, once you step off the line, you're in uncharted territory.
And you see the lines created by the tires. It's not hard to tell where that line was because it does leave some distinct marks in the racetrack, and those marks in the racetrack are clearly just because there's less water at that point.
So Leonardo Oliveira continues to lead. Last time around, 1.1 seconds was the difference, but every lap is an adventure. They're running about 61-second laps, so they're getting closer to their pre-final time as Mike Conrad makes a move down the inside of Sam Machado. Machado fights back on the inside after a crossover, and he's able to retain his second spot.
Wow, change it here. Once again, Conrad looks to the inside. He and Machado come down into turn number 2. Let's check this out. Well, they sorted things out single file as they got through there, but Machado and Conrad got a good battle going on.
Conrad's going to go on the outside of 3. That's tough sledding there. And look at how loose he got there. That lets Kozlowski get right back in. Charles, just like in the pre-final, Oliveira pulled away. Great 3-car battle for second.
Conrad saying, let's get in line. We got to try to chase this guy down once again. That was that hand signal he gave to get in line. They work their way off turn number 10 right now, and it's Machado, Conrad, and Kozlowski. Those are those 3 carts there. Can Machado hold off Conrad? Is he going to pull out again for another try at a pass?
Everything has gotten more difficult in the rain today as we conclude our Winter Shootout Series at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Race fans, we hope you're enjoying a dry day wherever you are. Please let us know in the comments where you're watching from. Here in the Atlanta metro area, rain is in the forecast, and you're seeing Sam Machado fight it through turn 1. Got loose a couple times, and here comes Conrad again up on the outside.
Well, because Machado got loose, Conrad goes down. Now a little slingshot move as he tries to go back. Now they're 3 wide. Oh, my goodness, is this going to work out?
Well, Conrad's able to get up to second. Machado slides back to third, but here comes Kozlowski on the crossover. They're going to file down through the kink, but 2 for 1 in the negative direction for Sam Machado there.
Ben Kozlowski looked back like, was that easy? I really got by him that easily. So anyway, that's the point at this point in the race now. There may be some difficulties. Boy, you see Machado, look at him really slinging that cart around.
All of them. You can see Mike Conrad fighting his cart as well. The only driver you're not seeing, Leonardo Oliveira, seems to be on easy street right now. You can see the gap that Sam Machado has lost. He's lost a lot of track position. Look at Conrad loose getting into 16.
Wow.
That lets Kozlowski get up to the inside. He cannot make it stick, so Conrad holds on for second. I think we saw about 4 passes on one lap there.
That was unbelievable, and a lot of action going on in turn 4. There you see Leo taking his cart down, and again, side by side, heading up the hill.
But somehow Kozlowski got ahead through turn 1, but then Conrad got back around up the hill out of turn 2. And Oliveira not really pulling much farther ahead. Notice on that last lap, Oliveira used that wide line through turn number one. We saw some drivers do that early. As we're seeing a battle again, Kozlowski moves down to the inside at the end of the back straightaway, but a crossover move. Conrad comes back to take second place.
And now Kozlowski trying to see if he can weasel his way by him again. My gracious, these drivers have gone at it. They've swapped back and forth 5 or 6 times already in this race, and it's only just half complete. So there's going to be a lot more racing action.
Sometimes in high school sports, when you had a game or a practice in the rain, in some ways they were just more fun. You have to wonder, as miserable as the conditions are today, are these drivers out there just having a fun time as they end their season?
Well, I have a feeling that their sensory perception is more today. They're having to concentrate more because you've got to be more aware of the way the car is going, and it's different than it has been in the past. So today, that is really something that's got to be going on. And you see Conrad now trying to chase down Oliveira. Kozlowski has faded back by about 10 car lengths.
Kozlowski had a tough trip through turn number 4 that time. You know what? Conrad is gaining on Oliveira. We had always thought that Oliveira was pulling away from the field, but with just 5 laps remaining, the gap is officially scored as 1.7 seconds that time around. But that, Charles, is a lot closer than 1.7.
And a driver up front has to wonder, unless he hears someone behind him, how much lead does he really have? Because right now you're racing different conditions than before. You know how your kart's supposed to feel fast when it goes through the corners. But today, that feeling is gone. It's completely different. So how do you know that you're running a really good line around the racetrack?
1.3 seconds the difference that time around. We'll see if Oliveira uses that wide groove. No, he pulls in a lot closer that time. So we've been using that wide groove through turn 2. This time a little more traditional line, but Conrad is right there, just about 2 kart lengths back.
Mike Conrad closing in on Oliveira. They go down to the kink. Conrad's got a fast kart, fastest kart on the racetrack as we saw last time by. So Conrad trying to pick up some steam or fog as he heads into turn number 9.
And Conrad really seems to gain going into turn number 4. I don't know what his setup has or his line, his approach. That's really where he seems to ratchet in the distance as our top 2 have pulled away a little bit from Ben Kozlowski in 3rd, and then it's a gap back from there to Sam Machado, about 3 seconds in arrears.
Well, certainly Oliveira starting to hear the pressure of Conrad behind him. They come off turn number 16. Something about those corners, it's going well for Conrad. He has got that car dialed into the corners. Let's check him out as they go to turn 1. It's a little off-camber turn, so is that going to make a difference?
Well, we don't know. I'm going to postulate that the Mstr gets a little more weight. Maybe that's what's helping him push into the track as we see Oliveira use that wide groove. This time that was profitable for him as he maybe extends his lead a little bit, but here comes Conrad into turn 4. He really makes hay right there to chop into that lead.
He cuts that turn 4, turn 5 area off. He turns the kart inside and really tries to make up a couple of kart lengths at that point. Right now, he is back about 6 kart lengths behind Oliveira. They go into turn number 10, and catching up once again is Kozlowski. He is bringing that kart up into competition with those 2 guys in front.
Starting to see Oliveira saw on that steering wheel, something we haven't seen from him all day today, mostly because the cameras haven't been on him. We've been focusing on the other racing. So there they work through turn number 16 and 17, coming to put 10 laps on the board with the 2 laps to go signal given to the drivers.
Now, Oliveira is your race leader, but the pressure is on from both Conrad and Kozlowski as they head into turn number 2. This can be interesting. Let's see. Oh, wow.
Mike Conrad goes around on the entrance to turn 2, and that's going to have him fall back. He's in 3rd place. Here comes Sam Machado by. Machado might get up the hill quicker. He's going to take 3rd place. So what a break for Oliveira and Kozlowski. Look at the lead that Oliveira has now. He's halfway down the back straightaway.
They are really rolling right now as this race starts to wind down. There's 2 laps to go the last time by, so we're about a half lap through that. So 1.5 laps now to go for Oliveira to try to get the win. And you see him still rear end just sliding out from that car as he's trying to give it all he's got.
Looks like Sam Machado was able to get by Mike Conrad for 3rd. I don't think Karsten Gregory was able to get by. We'll see when they come by to the scoring loop. But this time, Leonardo Oliveira will see the white flag in the air. 1 more lap to go.
Oliveira working that final lap as Ben Kozlowski is running in 2nd spot right now. Let's see if turn number 2 holds anything unusual this time by.
Oliveira uses that wide sweeping approach again, and now he's out to a comfortable advantage as he works through turn 4. Maybe not the fastest line, but it's fast enough for right now. Charles, he's about 2 seconds ahead.
Well, they work into turn number 9. This has been an interesting turn for some of these drivers throughout the day. Oliveira has handled it pretty well every time he's gone through there, and he does again this time as he works his way through the S's. Oliveira looking for another win this afternoon. Ben Kozlowski is second. Mike Conrad, boy, he has had an adventuresome day. He got up as high as second at one point, now finds himself back in fourth, but he is our top master driver.
Looked like he was putting a move on Machado there through turn number 13, but the focus goes to the front. Leonardo Oliveira sweeps off turn 17. He picks up the win in our Tag Senior final here in round number 4 of our Winter Shootout Series at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
They still battle hard coming down to the checkers, and it's going to be Conrad who takes over third spot. He's going to be the Masters winner regardless, but you
like
still want to win on the track.
They always want to pass everyone out there.
Got to try to see if he can handle that.
So Leonardo Oliveira picks up another win this weekend. Charles, I believe that makes for the weekend sweep.
Well, Oliveira, a great weekend for him. Now you see the rain starting to pelt down even harder as our day wears on here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. That's conditions just getting worse and worse, John. But for everybody that's here, that may make racing more interesting as we get ready.
Further deteriorating. That's a word you never want to really hear at the racetrack, but the weather conditions further deteriorating.
Yeah, usually when we're at racetracks and it further deteriorates, we're in the car heading home at that point,
or you're stuck in the pits because you can't get out. It's flooded mud.
Yeah, one of the worst places to be. NASCAR is notorious for calling a race late. It will be raining like this all day long, and NASCAR will wait 6 hours till 7 o'clock at night to call the race and do it on Monday.
Here's one of our replays where we're watching Sam Machado, I believe, is in that yellow helmet, and this is where Mike Conrad was able to work to the outside, and I think at this point Machado is going to get loose in turn 4, and then we see Kozlowski able to turn underneath him, a nice little crossover move in the rain, and that was when Machado got shuffled back into 4th spot. And I think this is coming to the halfway. We're seeing Conrad able to hold off Kozlowski. Charles, look at that spray coming up from the back wheels of these karts.
As you say, John, deteriorating rapidly at this point here for our weather conditions. But there you see those drivers competing as they go down into turn number 9. Check this out. They get into turn 9 and side-by-side racing action right there, and I believe we're going to have some further action here in a moment. And who was the driver? Was it Kozlowski that got off track?
I think on the first lap.
On the first lap, and it seemed like forever before he could get all 4 wheels back on the asphalt again.
So once again, soggy conditions here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. This is the view from the front straightaway. Charles, when you can see rain coming down on the screen, that's a sign that it is pretty intense out there.
We got kid karts on the track right now. We talked to both of our kids here, both of them visiting from Indiana. Youngsters, first graders, pretty interesting to see them out here and see the time that they've got going on here today, and pretty tough weather conditions for those drivers.
Well, a great learning experience, though. So Hunter McBride is your leader with 1 lap on the board. He's the elder statesman of this group. He is 7 years of age, but happy birthday to Jackson McNeely, celebrating his 6th birthday today.
And Hunter had some problems. He had some mechanical problems in the early going.
Actually,
and that
I think it was Jackson that had it in the first race.
Yeah, Jackson McNeely was not able to get that race in because of mechanical problems. Said he had it fixed, and looks like he does, as they have completed 2 laps so far.
So the drivers both were saying that the track in Indiana a lot more flat than this. So once again, Atlanta Motorsports Park known for those elevation changes. Even on the Jelly Bean, as we call it, this kid kart track really still has some elevation challenges. Right now, drivers heading uphill as maybe McNeely is slowing down a bit, but that just might be the shape of the track. This would be the high point of the track for the kid cart where they go through the cutoff, and now they'll sweep down towards turn 15.
And you've got to understand, too, that's going to be the slowest part of the track for these kids because those motors just they're not capable of getting up a lot of speed going uphill. Right now, they're coming down to the lowest point, so now they can build the maximum speed possible as they go down to start-finish line.
Right. These engines generate about 1.5 horsepower, so that's on line with what your home lawnmower would have if you had a push mower. Really, 51 cc's, a pretty basic engine, and they're almost lugging, you would figure, up this point. The kid karts actually cannot run the full course here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. The downhill into turn 2 they could do, but these karts would not have enough power to pull back up the hill towards turn 3.
Yeah, it looks like Jackson's slowing a little bit right now. He took a very high line through turn number, the cutoff as they go into 14. I'm not sure exactly what that turn would be called there, but the cutoff area.
So drivers just logging some laps here in our final for our kid kart. Just recapping some results from earlier in our Lo206 cadet final. Oh, looks like Hunter McBride has had some problems. He's coming to a stop right near the start-finish line. Remember yesterday, Charles, one of these karts broke seemingly right at the start-finish line. So we're seeing that again today. Hunter McBride had a promising run going, and then the engine gave up. But maybe Jackson might be having the same issue. You said he takes that sort of wide line through the cutoff.
I'm not sure if Jackson was looking back to see what was going on with Hunter or not, but it looked like he was taking a gander down his way to see if there was something going on with his cart.
Oh, that's where you have to tell him, drive it like you stole it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't worry about the race behind you. You're the race right now, and Jackson McNeely in the lead. Good to see Hunter McBride back underway, Charles, on these wet days. It's hard enough to keep one of these engines running on a good day. The wet just makes everything more difficult.
And I believe we're at the halfway point right now and slowing
That's
once
Jackson
again.
having problems.
Jackson's got problems, yeah.
You see a plume of steam rising up behind that cart.
So we're going to have I guess you call it a partial course yellow, even though the course is so small. It's pretty much a full course yellow at this point.
Right. So Marshall's going to go over to help Jackson. Hunter McBride takes the lead back at that point, so we don't know what the issue is with Jackson McNeely. He's the younger driver in this, just turning 6 years old today, and looks like they may be able to the old-fashioned push start there, Charles.
Well, this has been a tale of two races. We've had difficulty to beset both of these drivers, and right now it looks like everybody's rolling, so we're back at it once again. And Jackson is the leader. We've got 7 laps complete for him. I'm not sure if Hunter is still working lap 7 or not at this point.
Yeah, they're scoring him is in the lead. And, Charles, you know it's raining heavy when even at these speeds, the slower speeds of the kid karts, they're throwing rooster tails off the back of the wheels here. So definite wet conditions here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Looks like Jackson, he's struggling. Looks like he's going to make it around this time.
Those karts are so slow in this condition on this wet turf or wet pavement till you're really not sure if he's under power or just coasting at this point.
So Hunter McBride's able to put lap number 8 on the books as he sets up to go through the cutoff. Boy, the drivers all having to just gingerly make their way around. Charles, is as much as little traffic goes in that cutoff, you can only imagine how treacherous that little strip of asphalt would be.
Yeah, tough sledding for these youngsters, and I commend them and their parents from coming down here from Indiana. They knew the forecast was going to be kind of iffy when they got here anyway, so they knew this going in, and we admire them for making the trip down and enjoying themselves today.
So yellow flag out again for problems for Jackson McNeely. Just taking a quick look at radar, boy, with some heavier rain set to move over the area or is on top of us right now. So we might just break out of this by the end of the day, but for the next several races, it looks like we're going to have some pretty good rain as Hunter McBride comes to a stop. Now they're getting Jackson going. So, Charles, gremlins causing problems for both our drivers here.
Well, now it's going to just be survival of the fittest. Who's going to be able to last through the entire 12 laps of this one? And, John, you mentioned the rain coming in for the afternoon. We don't have that many races left, so it's going to be quite interesting to see what the conditions are as we go through the afternoon.
Well, they're going to be side by side, even though Jackson McNeely is a lap down. They're side by side. Whoa! One of them getting off track. I think that was think that was Jackson. Charles, look at the mud that he pulled off from the gutter of the track there and up through the rumble strips. So we're going to get 2 to go for Hunter McBride, although I can't tell if Hunter might not be under power here.
I'm not sure if anybody's running at this point.
Looks like both of them have stalled. For our flagman, Charles, this is the worst time to have the cars stalled. He's having to hold out both flags there.
Well, he may have to pick up some carts and take them across the finish line here.
Well, there's always the Talladega Nights finish where they end up running across the finish line.
Might have to do that. Where's Will Ferrell when you need him, right?
I don't know. He's, yeah. Given the season, he's probably working as elf right now.
Okay, so we just threw the flag down. We said, to heck with this, so we're going to try to figure out what we're going to do with these drivers.
That means our flagman tapped out at this point. Well, race fans, we do appreciate you joining us for this afternoon of racing here from Atlanta Motorsports Park. I'm John Matthews, joined by Charles Head. We've had a few different drivers and staff join us at points during the day, and it's a yucky one outside. We're hoping that you're inside in a nice, dry, comfy place.
John, I always like talking to drivers and officials. You learn so much from them because our perspective is somewhat antiseptic. We don't really get into the nuts and bolts of things, and it's always good to talk to drivers and find out what the real world is like out there as far as them preparing cars, and especially officials to know what the real rules are. We speculate so many times on what we think is correct, and it's great to get the ideas of the people who are the professionals.
So it looks like one of the carts was heading off. Maybe both of them are. So we might have had an early ending to our kid kart race. And, Charles, look at the track out there now. You see the runoff from the bottom of Turn 2. You can almost see the rain starting to roll off. And that rain will actually go down and out across the kink. So you know that the kink, once we get on the full track, will be extra wet.
Well, we've got more racing coming up. What's next on schedule, John?
Scheduled to come up next will be our Lo206 Sr. Master. At some point, we will fill this building sort of rumble to life as those four-stroke engines get fired up. Then we will have our Tag Cadet Rookie Final, followed by our KA100s, and we'll finish things off with those Apex Predators of the karting world, shifter karts, to round out the day.
Well, shifter karts will be coming up in a little while, but first Lo602s are going to be coming out. We'll see them on track here in just a minute. Al Edwards, we talked with him earlier today as our Masters winner from yesterday. He finished behind Chris Orencio in today's race, but it was just very interesting looking at that kart and finding out about the different ways that those karts are legal in certain racing series, and yet in certain ones they're not, about the fact that they can use carbon fiber shields, about the pods on the front and the sides and so forth. Very interesting take that we got on that particular kart.
Yeah, a lot of science, a lot of engineering goes into every one of these karts. Al was telling me about the way a weight shift happens when a driver goes into the corner between sort of the wheels and where the driver sits, and then by moving the seat or changing the driver position, you can change that geometry and how you want things to be. If you have all the weight on the inside of the tire, you don't have a big contact patch. You actually want to get the weight to the outside of the tire so that the whole tire will have grip when you go through a corner. So a lot of things happening, a lot of physics happening in a small space.
Yeah, we hear them rolling and rumbling underneath us as they get ready to exit out. You can barely see it over on the left side of your screen. You'll see them exit out of the building, and there they come out of the tunnel underneath us as we get ready to go racing with Lo206.
Leaving the dry confines of the building here. It's not heated down there. It is open, but at least they're covered from the elements, so it wasn't raining in there. But now they're coming out in the wet, and we see the drivers vigorously swerving back and forth, trying to get some heat into these tires. When it's 50 degrees and raining, boy, it's going to be hard to get any temperature into those tires.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We're going to get ready for the start here in a moment. Let's see if everybody decides, hey, we don't want to waste any extra time today. We're going to keep it 2x2 and get a green flag start first time by. You think that's possible?
Well, all things are possible. Race fans, something that would be possible for you is if you go to AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com, right at the top, you can click on gift cards and get a host of stocking stuffer opportunities for the adrenaline junkie in your life. Whether you want to buy them some time on the rental carts here, there's a great 10-pack for $200. Maybe put them through the karting school all the way up to the primal driving school on the main track or that Bobby Orr stunt class. A host of gift card opportunities. Go to AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com for more details.
We got a green. We're underway. It was interesting talking to Will Rigdon yesterday about all the possibilities that there are for the main track to get some gift cards and do some things over there as well as here on this kart track. So a lot of opportunities, as you said, if you go to AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com. We're working up the hill, slowly up the hill, 3 wide.
Yeah, these Lo206s are the ones that really lumber up that, as now we see our Masters trying to bobsled their way up to the top of the hill. The seniors out front, still too wide as they work down to the kink.
And I believe Danny May has jumped out to an early lead. We've seen him dominate this last 2 races here, except he had a little bit of an issue yesterday in the final. Look at him, 3 and 4 wide going into 9.
That's tough sledding down into 9 in a braking zone. They're still side by side through the entire S's. You're right, Charles. Danny May out to a comfortable lead on that about halfway through the first lap.
Wow, and I believe that it may be Carson Craig that's moved up there to second spot. Is that what I'm seeing is correct with that teal-colored car? Is that Carson?
Well, we'll see when they come around to the scoring. I know it's not Sam Machado. He has the yellow helmet in there in the middle. Or excuse me, that's Juan Pablo Garcia that has that bright yellow helmet. So Danny May leads. On the second lap, Carson Craig moved up to second, then Wesley Bacon, Jarvis Lee, and Juan Pablo Garcia rounding out the top 5.
Good to see Carson up there. He's been mired back in 5th and 6th spot throughout most of this, and he started back in 5th, so he passed a lot of cars. That 3-wide action we saw going in down in turn number 9, apparently Carson was one of the ones that came out as the victor in that little battle going on.
Earlier today, Carson was struggling with front grip. You could almost see that reappear through turn 4, Charles. Looked like the front end just wanted to skate out, didn't want to turn. Earlier, they thought maybe it just needed newer rain tires, but they might have to have made some weight shift forward to try to get some more grip on that Tony Kart.
Well, he's handling pretty well right now. He's got Jarvis Lee quite a distance behind him, say 3 or 4 kart lengths behind him, so Carson hanging on to the second spot. Behind them, good group of drivers, including Juan Pablo Garcia, Eric Evans, and Michael Succo. So those drivers battling it out for second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth spots.
You know, Eric was on the outside pole of that start, and he, you could say, either didn't get a good run through turn 1 or just got a bad start, and he slid from second all the way back to 6th. Eric was chatting with us earlier in the program. He has big plans for next year in 2023. He's going to run the British GT Championship.
Yeah, that's going to be a cool thing for him. We're going to keep our eye on Eric Erickson because I got a feeling that's the name we're going to hear down the road, John.
That would be good to hear. So we have some side-by-side battle. I think that's Erickson trying to work to the outside of maybe Jarvis Lee, because that multicolored helmet is Juan Pablo Garcia. So he's back in 6th place. Let's see what happens.
Ooh.
I think that's Evans looking to make a move down the long back straightaway.
Well, he's going into turn number 9. He's down on the inside, and he gets that pass. Now, is he going to be able to see if he can slingshot past him once again as they come off turn number 10? No, he's going to hang on to it. He gains the spot, and I believe that's Erickson, who has now moved up into 4th position over Jarvis Lee.
That's correct. So recovering from a bad first lap. Danny May, your leader, is out of the camera shot, but in this group, Carson Craig in that light blue kart, followed by Jarvis Lee, Eric Evans, and then Juan Pablo Garcia.
And you can see them sliding through that corner down in turn 17. They get single file as they come by start-finish. They'll complete 3 laps right now. Carson Craig leads this second group. Danny May's in a group all by himself. Carson Craig leads this second group down into turn number 2. They all follow in the tire tracks. Got one sliding out to the outside. I believe that may be Orencia, is it?
I think that's 6th place Juan Pablo Garcia trying to get by Jarvis Lee. As
yeah, I see Garcia's helmet now.
The one kart you don't see in that shot's Danny May over 7 seconds ahead in just
Wow.
3 laps. So he's putting more than 2 seconds a lap on his competitors. Here goes Evans to the inside of Craig.
Well, it looks like Evans is going to make that pass. So Eric Evans going to take that spot away from Carson Craig. So put Carson back in third. And Evans takes a quick look behind him to see how close Carson is. We got some side-by-side action behind them with Jarvis Lee. And I believe that's Garcia. Let's see if I can see that. No, it's in front of Garcia where we got the battle going on.
I think that is Jarvis Lee. So, Charles, we've talked earlier today with Eric Evans about his driving plans for next year, but also Carson Craig, another driver that has a chance to move up, I think you said, in the dirt racing world. So
no, actually, he's going to be
asphalt.
He's going to be running. He's got an opportunity to get into some road racing next year. If he can get the sponsorship together, he has been given an opportunity to race. Let's check out this lineup. This is where Carson gets past right here. Carson in that teal-colored car. There goes Evans around him in the 29. And look at this. Here's another battle going on. Oh, some contact right there. Did not see that.
Carson Craig's left rear wheel briefly came up off the ground there. Watch the left rear wheel. You can see,
wow.
Getting run under somewhat, and I believe that was Jarvis Lee making some contact there.
I think you're correct. I think that's Lee who got under him, and they continued to hold on to that, but Erickson did get the lead, or Evans did get the lead, so of that group anyway. Danny May, as we said, he's in another time zone right now, so Lee has checked out. Danny May has checked out. Evans in second spot. Carson Craig is third. Jarvis Lee is in fourth position. He's shown as fifth on our screen. I'm not sure if
that
we're
might
missing.
just be a scoring, but here we're seeing that's going to be Eric Evans in second. Carson Craig is in third. Wesley Bacon is in there. Bacon is in the yellow and blue cart. So they're working down through turn number 2. 5 laps on the books. 7 more to go. The one cart you don't see here, Danny May, I'd already seen him on the side of the shot.
He's in
already
the kink
down
already.
through the kink and gone at this point. 11 seconds ahead that last time around.
Wow, 11 seconds. He is continuing to build that lead. Eric Evans, I get him mixed up with the radio personality. Eric Evans is trying to see if he can chase down Danny May, but that is going to be a tough nut to crack to try to catch Danny May with as big a lead as he's got.
Looks like one of the drivers taking the long walk up the track here. I don't know which driver that is. Maybe that's Luke Kondrowski. He scored as only having 1 lap in the books and is the only driver that's not scored with 5 laps down. So that looks like a tough end for Luke. He came up briefly just to chat with us. Let's see.
Ooh, man, a tough way to go through 16, but he still was able to hang on to it as he came out of 17 to that third spot.
Chris Arencia is leading the Masters race right now. He's ahead of Alistair Edwards. The delta between those two is just about a quarter second. So we should have a good battle for the Masters win today as well, as they're going to be side by side up the big hill.
Yeah, Garcia trying to hold him off, but he can't do it as we get the, I believe that's Suko that got around him.
I don't know if that's Lee Garcia and Bacon.
It's hard to tell those numbers. They get obliterated in this little bit of rainstorm as well. We do notice that distinctive helmet of Juan Pablo Garcia, though.
The lead car of that pairing, that is Jarvis Lee in the 992, and then behind him, Juan Pablo Garcia has that trademark bright yellow helmet, and then that would mean that Suko and Bacon is in the next pairing.
You know, we're missing Jose Garcia this week. I have not seen Jose mentioned this week. Normally, if the gates are open, Jose Garcia is here.
You're right, whether it's main track or here at the karting track.
Danny May continues to lead it. He has 8 laps or 7 laps in the books, but he is a half lap ahead of these guys almost at this point. So Danny is already probably past turn 4 and heading down the back chute over here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. The rest of our guys working through there. Eric Evans, he is gaining quite a bit of distance on this pack of cars you see right here, but I don't think there's any chance unless something happens to Danny May. There you see those going down through there. He's going to have a hard time trying to catch Danny May.
Yeah, Danny May was already around turn number 9.
Yeah, that's Erickson and Carson Craig. Carson Craig is out all alone right now for his little battle going on there. But there's where you see the real tight competition going. That is Juan Pablo Garcia, Jarvis Lee, of course, in the lead of that group, and Succo back in third.
You can see once again these drivers have, some of them have rain suits on over the top of their fire suits, and they have that white coffee cup-like structure over their air breather on the engine so they're not pulling water into the engine. Just some of the things drivers have to do to cope with these less than clement conditions. Looks like Lee had a wild ride through 16 there, was able to gather it in, but he has two hungry drivers right behind him.
That's the second or third time we've seen Jarvis Lee go in there and just slide into that corner, and he slides a little bit coming off of one as well. Let's see what happens when he goes down into turn number 2. Can he hang on and keep Garcia behind him? Right now they're doing the bobsled thing up the hill. Yeah.
So Lee holds on. Ooh, really, boy, Charles, it really just seems like the front end of that cart just doesn't want to turn when he comes around turn 4. Same thing that happens in turn 16. Just seems like the front end washes, bad firm, but just washes out.
You know, we see in our other racing world, we see where that there are certain tires that they'll put on the left front, right front, the rear tires. They'll have them marked as to which tire goes where. I wonder if that's the same thing in the karting world, or if every tire is purely interchangeable. It'd be an interesting question.
The fronts and backs are wide. The backs are wider than the front, so you can't shift those.
Because I wonder if it's a left and right situation going on there.
We have one driver joining us from outside in the Merc coming to the inside. So tell us your name.
So my name is Lincoln Massey.
Lincoln, and you were second in the Lo206 Cadet, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yesterday we saw you. You looked a little different because your hair wasn't wet, so we recognized you a little differently yesterday.
Yeah, soaking wet out there. Came second, podium, obviously, and I think I came first in the championships.
Wow.
So.
Congratulations. That's a good deal. Now, you prepared for today. You brought the rain suit. Do you carry that every time you go to the racetrack, regardless of what the weather forecast is like?
Well, we bought it this Friday. So.
Oh, okay. So you don't have an answer. You don't know that yet. You don't know if you're going to pack it at every race or not, but you had it for this weekend, which is important.
Yeah.
Is this your first time running in the rain?
It's probably my third time.
Okay.
Not my first.
Which do you enjoy more, in the dry or in weather like today?
Oh, obviously in the dry. It's so rainy. It's just.
Yeah,
there's so much understeer. You can barely drive out there.
So when you say understeer, you mean the front of the cart basically doesn't want to turn?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
When you're turning, the front of the cart, it just wants to push forward.
Yeah, we would call that tight. We don't use the term understeer.
But understeer, or you'd almost be, I would think, plowing is the way it would.
Right,
you'd be having so much. So, is there anything that you can
push
do?
it like a dump truck.
Is there anything that you had done set up from yesterday to try to fix that understeer?
Well, we tried bumping the tire pressure up and pushing the rear axle in a little bit, or tires in a little bit, just to give it more grip. But it's a little bit better, but not too much.
Now, when you went out for the pre-final, the track was wet and it wasn't. Oh, we got a couple cars spinning that 999 going around, as well as that's Juan Pablo Garcia stuck on the wrong side of the course backwards.
Wow.
So heady moments here. I think that was Michael Succo.
Succo also involved, yeah.
And it looks like he's just going to lose it here. He goes into turn 9, over towards turn 10, and it just comes around on him. I can't tell it. Ooh, even popping the front end up a little bit. So Wesley Bacon was the benefactor of that, gaining 2 spots. You can see that off to the side, Juan Pablo Garcia got stuck. He's actually off the track there, Charles, almost down in a chuck hole there at the edge of the asphalt.
Man. What a turn of events for them.
Right there at that turn. It's really slick right there, so really getting a lot.
It's slick there, even if it's not rainy. That's a tough place to go through. So, are you from here? Are you from the Atlanta area?
I'm from the Monroe area, about like an hour east.
Okay, Monroe. You're over near one of our favorite racetracks, Winder Speedway, Winder Bear, over in that area of the country.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So, what changes did you make from the pre-final to the final? Because in the pre-final, it was wet, but it wasn't raining, and then you set up for the final, and it's just pouring down rain out there.
Yeah, so about the only thing we did was just bumped up the tire pressure, just see what we could do from there.
And was it still understeering no matter what you did? You were still struggling with understeer.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's still real sick.
So, and we're seeing on screen Danny May, about one of the few times we've seen him, Charles. He was your winner. A little celebrating there from Carson Craig for being third on the podium. We haven't seen much of Danny May. He's been so far out in front that number 9, Charles, you have to wonder if a number 9 wins, are they going to fire up the siren at the pool room?
Well, we're in Dawsonville, so the chances are great that might happen.
So Danny May wins by 18 seconds. Just the rest of your top 5. Eric Evans, who we talked with, was able to recover to finish second. Then Carson Craig, Jarvis Lee, and Wesley Bacon, your top 5. That looked like the battle for the Master. Chris Arencia just holding off Al Edwards in that division. So, Lincoln, we're near the end of the season. I'm imagining, is this your last race for the year?
I think so. About last race, may go up to GoPro because I think they race through winter.
Okay.
So
what are your plans for next year?
for next year, try to win more.
Okay. Will it be here, or will you be moving up in class at all?
It should only be in cadet.
Okay.
So just try to win more.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing some more wins from you, ladies and gentlemen. That's total Lincoln Massey joining us here in the studio. And I see someone, Lincoln, if you'd mind handing the microphone to the driver behind you. And this is our winner in Lo206 Cadet. Oliver, I need you to pronounce your last name for me, as Charles and I have been maybe blundering on it all weekend.
Yeah, so my last name's Nybert.
Nybert. Yeah. Okay, Nybert. We knew the J was silent. I don't know if we were saying Nabert, so it's Nybert.
Yeah,
Nybert. All right. So, Oliver, you were the winner both days this weekend. Compare your experience driving yesterday on a track that started wet and was drying to today.
I'll say there was more understeer than yesterday, and like everywhere on my body is wet.
So now we see that Lincoln is wearing a rain suit. What were you wearing? Did you have just on sort of like a windbreaker over your top?
I just had a jacket.
Okay. And now I imagine the jacket didn't help?
No.
No,
no, it didn't.
Do you enjoy these wet rain races?
Yes, but not this one. This one was super wet.
Okay. And now also something we haven't talked about, it's raining a lot. It's also cold out there. Is that something when you're driving, do you feel that cold air coming right through your fire suit?
No, I don't feel anything at all.
Okay. All right. So do you have any plans to race any more this year?
Yes, I have one more race down in Daytona.
Oh, at Daytona, at the like the big speedway?
Mm-hmm.
Do they use what I'll call the 2.5 mile oval, or do they build some sort of track inside of it?
I think this is the sprint race, so it's a separate track from it, I think. I don't know.
Okay. When will that be?
In like 2 weeks, I
2
think.
weeks. So sometime around. You'll be on Christmas break from school?
Yeah.
Okay. And something we should ask, how old are you and what grade of school are you in?
I'm 12 and I'm in 7th grade.
Okay, so middle schooler. So Charles, we're talking, or Charles has rejoined us. We're talking with Oliver Nabert. Did I get that right? Nybert. Okay,
Nybert.
Oliver Nybert.
Right. Well, I had called you Nybert for years, and then somehow Nabert slipped into my lexicon yesterday, and I wasn't sure. So it's good to know from the horse's mouth exactly what it is. So you have been, we've called your name here a lot. You've had quite a bit of experience racing here. When did you start here? What was your first race?
My first race was the first race of the season, the summer series.
Okay, so just this year is your first race out. Now, where are you from?
I'm from Snellville.
Oh, you're from Snellville. Okay.
Everybody's somebody in Snellville.
That's right. Everybody's somebody in Snellville. Well, I have a mother-in-law who lives halfway between both of you. She lives in Loganville. So she's right between you. Now, that's in Gwinnett County, or is that in Walton? That's in Gwinnett County. I have a friend whose name is Jimmy Johnson. We call him the Walton County Flash because he wins at all the dirt tracks. We're going to have to use the name of the Walton County Flash here, I think.
I need to say not that Jimmy Johnson.
Not the J-I-M-M-I-E, the J-I-M-M-Y. Yeah, different Jimmy Johnson. So anyway, a different kind of Jimmy Johnson. So what was your experience prior to coming here in the karts? Did you have any experience in racing at all?
No. I just, my dad was just like, hey, do you want to go to the Petit Le Mans? I'm like, sure. and that's what started me.
So you wound up going to Road Atlanta and just watching.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you think about the race at the Petit Le Mans?
I thought it was super cool, and I wanted to do it.
So that's where you got hooked on road course racing, correct?
Yeah.
What's your future plan? What do you think about for next year? Where are you going next year with your racing?
Next year I'm going to K100 Junior.
Okay. So
Okay,
you'll
that'll
continue to be racing here.
That'll be a step up, though,
here,
right?
we might go to GoPro.
Oh, now where's that? Where's that racetrack?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. What part of North Carolina?
Mooresville.
Okay, so that's just north of Charlotte.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay,
that's where
got
that
you.
would be. So now stepping up to a KA, so you'll be in a faster kart next year?
Yes.
Are you excited about that?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Charles, look at that smile. I mean, he is beaming when he's talking about more speed, and you just see
That's
the
right.
glow come across his
We
face.
just picked it up yesterday.
Hey, that's cool. So you got it ready to roll. So you'll be ready to head out next
That's
year.
like-
Ready.
That's-
I'm driving it next weekend.
That's like the Lexus, the bow. Since we're getting to Christmas season, you have a go-kart under the tree.
This is a name I know you'll know. Brady Cornett, the 14-year-old Brady Cornett, just got the word yesterday he's going to be going limited late model racing instead of 602 at 14 years of age.
Oh,
so
wow.
That's that same smile that we saw is going off across Brady Cornett's
the
face.
beaming look.
Yeah. So now, when you look at your racing so far, you've had a successful season. I think you would certainly say it's been successful so far. And I know that your parents obviously feel that because they're putting you up into another category coming up next year. How aggressive do you think you'll be starting out in KA 100? Do you think that you're going to have to take a couple of laps or a couple of races or what to get familiar with it? And when are you going to go feel like you're ready to go all out?
I don't know because I usually play this game called Kartcraft, and it has K100. So I usually do that. And I also have a friend, and we're going to be racing together. So.
Okay, good. So go ahead.
And I just had one last thought. So you said that you're soaked to the core. Even you just had a windbreaker on. If you wouldn't mind handing to Lincoln the microphone to Lincoln. So Lincoln, Oliver said that he's soaked. With that rain suit, are you relatively dry, or are you still wet inside of that?
Well, I am still pretty much a little bit wet because this little hole right here
Doesn't
get down in there, and I'm just wet from about here down.
Okay, so Charles, even with the rain suit on, the drivers
they still finds a
wet
way
out
to
there.
get in.
Yep.
How difficult was it to see? Could you see in front of you pretty well, or was there so much fog and stuff coming up you couldn't see well?
If I was behind someone, like if I was passing slow traffic, then I couldn't see anything.
Wow.
But if I was just like driving and Oliver's a little bit ahead of me, then it's pretty okay.
So it just depends on how much distance there was between you.
Just depending on that. Yeah.
And you just hope nobody's there when you try to go for an opening in the track, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, it's been great to be joined by these two youngsters. We're excited to watch them as they go along in the future. Thanks, guys. Lincoln and Oliver, we appreciate you coming by and talking with us. Thanks so much, and thanks for enduring such a difficult day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, it was hard, but we both did it.
That's good. Great, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
We are ready now to get Tag Cadet and Tag Rookie on the racetrack. They're coming out right now, and we will see if we get a good, clean start. They're going into turn number 16. They're side by side. We've had a pretty good job of getting races underway immediately today. Didn't have to have a whole lot of wave-offs. Let's see if that continues, John, as these drivers make their way.
Let's hope you haven't put the curse on. Radar-wise, Charles, it looks maybe a little bit lighter out there. I don't see rain coming down on the screen. We haven't stepped outside in a moment. But at least it seems like these drivers might be in a little bit of a drier condition. Recall, it was in the KA 100 pre-final when the rain really started to come down earlier today. So the Tag Cadets and Rookies had that, I don't want to say dry track earlier, but they weren't driving in the rain. And maybe, just maybe, they're going to catch a little bit of a break here.
What have we got coming up after this? The shifter carts next?
No, we'll have the Tag Cadet Rookie here. We'll go 12 laps in our KA 100. Then we'll finish up with the shifter carts.
Gotcha. So KA is coming up after this right now. You still see quite a bit of water on the racetrack. Let's see. I don't know if they've already waved this one off or not. They don't seem to be getting side by side too closely right now coming off 17.
Well, time will tell. Adam Durst should be on the pole.
Oh, we did get
green
green.
flags in the air, so we're underway 12 laps in our Tag Cadet Rookie finale. Adam Durst in the 81 was your pole sitter. He should pull right to the front, but we'll see what happens as they drop down the hill into turn 2.
Well, you saw, we got one around already coming off through there. That is the 777. Is that Puerta?
That's Puerta again. A tough break for him. He had a spin out yesterday in the final as well.
Here's what happens as he goes down into turn 2. Contact.
You know what?
He tried to back off.
He had already passed one driver. He just carried a head of steam coming down the hill. We might miss it off the right side of the screen here. Let's see what happens. There goes our leader. Here comes Puerta. I think, Charles, he just carried a ton of speed on that first lap. He had already passed one Kart but could not manage it through the second. Looks like he's pulling off.
Yeah, I think so. I think he was trying to back off to keep from making contact, and that's whenever he swapped ends with him. So that may be the afternoon for him. The way it looked over there, looked like he was pulling off. Adam Durst, I believe, is going to lead this field off of turn number 17. Let's see how the scoring monitor does. Yes, Durst is first. Fanian is second. Berghofer is third. Kanash is fourth. Perez is fifth. Greer sixth. Notapinian is
seventh place.
Seventh, and Puerta is not shown. That was Kozlowski.
Oh, it could have. You're right. Could have been Kozlowski scored with no laps.
That looked like a 77. It actually looks like that was not a 77 car. Those numerals are a little fuzzy today in our rainstorm.
Everything through the fog is a little harder to see. Two groups racing in here. Our tag cadet. These are for 8 to 12-year-olds. Tag rookie, 7 to 10-year-olds. The biggest difference, the rookies will be about 20 pounds lighter, but both of these karts can get up to about 50 miles an hour. I think they both have a slide in them that keeps them from getting up to the speeds that we see in the tag senior and master classes.
Well, right now they're working down the hill off of 14. Your leader is out front, Adam Durst. He's the fastest car on the track that last lap by, and that may continue to be the case for him right now as he comes by. There comes Durst by. He will complete lap number 2. He's followed by Fanian and then Berghofer as those top 3 karts continue to remain the same as they work their way around.
Earlier in our racing in the pre-final, Durst was the winner in cadet. Berghofer was the winner in rookie. I believe Berghofer actually finished second overall. He's trying to get by Fanian to repeat that as they sweep through turn 4. Boy, Fanian really, you could tell, struggled on entry. Charles, from talking with Lincoln, just talking about how much understeer he's had, that's really the word we've been hearing. Karts just not hooking up on the front end, constantly plowing going into the corners.
Well, we see them coming through the kink, through the S's as the drivers work their way up there. Durst got a substantial lead. Then we've got a pretty good battle going on between Fanian and Berghofer as those drivers work now into turn 14. They're getting ready to come to an area of the track that under wet conditions could probably be a little more difficult than others, and that's in 17. We see a lot of karts going wide off turn number 17 as they try to keep them under control. Durst is your leader. Fanian is second. Berghofer is third. And Kanash is fifth. Mikey Lane joins me right now as we talk a little bit about what's going on here. And, Mikey, conditions are raw today. I don't know in the history of Atlanta Motorsports Park if we've ever had a kart condition with the temperatures and the environment as it's been today. What's your thoughts on that?
We've had some races where it started raining heavy, and usually we have to stop it. This is like right on the line where we can continue racing with these treacherous conditions, but still be sort of safe.
Well, at least we don't have lightning in the area. That's one thing that always makes us stop for a while if there's lightning in the area, but that's not an issue today, at least not so far.
Yeah, these talking to the drivers up here, it's been quite the challenge navigating this track with the conditions, changing from the morning to the afternoon. Obviously, the standing water presents its own challenges. You can see a little bit right there in turn 17.
Yeah, the drivers, I've noticed that some of them try to avoid that, and when they try to go wide to avoid it, that's when the rear end wants to spin on it. They're not used to taking that particular trajectory coming off of turn number 16 down into 17, and then others just drive right through it.
Yeah, you see in like Formula One, the best rain drivers, they master the art of driving offline. So it's a skill you have to learn, and pretty much the only way you learn it is driving karts like this on a track like we have here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Well, they head down to the lowest point on the racetrack, and if there was going to be standing water, at any point, that's where we would expect it to be. So far today, it's run off pretty well. There's not been any standing water there any more than anywhere else on the track. Just little increment puddles on occasion around through the area.
Yeah, it's not really pulling in anywhere too dangerous or provides too much of a challenge for the drivers. But we see it when they're all bunched up and they have to go for 2 wide, 3 wide passes, getting stuck in those areas with the standing water.
Sometimes we talk to drivers and they talk about the tires getting hot and sticky and a little bit greasy. Well, that's not an issue today. I don't think we got a problem with that at all.
It is actually it's pretty cool outside. I was just stepping out there on the tower cam talking to Ethan, and it is cooled down. It is pretty chilly.
We're still getting some great shots and being able to cover the entire track, even though we don't have our drones in the air and some things of that nature moving today. Still plenty of good technology, way more than we used to have back in the old days, to be able to bring you shots all the way around this racetrack.
Yeah, and when our broadcast first started out, it was just the one camera, then we got the one drone, and if it ever rained like it did today, we pretty much had no coverage, just the one camera. But the fact that we're able to do pretty much the whole track with no dead zones in coverage is pretty impressive. And shout out to Will Rigdon, who, he's the architect of all this. He put all this together, accumulated the technology over the years. Oh, as we got a spin, turn 9.
Was that Puerta, the 77 that spun? I was watching him for a moment there, and I'm not sure if that was him or not. Let's check that number out. No, I don't believe that's him. I believe that may be Ruben Greer.
Number 20, Ruben Greer, yeah.
Yeah, that was Ruben Greer who took that spin. So he'll take his place behind Puerta, so he loses a spot on the racetrack right now. As our leader is Adam Durst, he is checked out right now for the moment. We got another side-by-side battle going on as they head up into turn 1.
That's Ryan Perez and Francisco Puerta in 5th and 6th as they head down to turn 2. So that is for position, the 5th and 6th position. A good battle on track up the hill. Wow, just driving past him.
Man, going with a head of steam past him into turn 4. Is it going to stick? Is he going to be able to come out of 5 and be okay? I believe so. So Puerta in the 77 regains that spot going through the kink.
And, yeah, that's usually not the spot you see anyone just drive past someone.
Especially not double wide coming out of 4 like that, trying to go to the outside. That is almost unheard of.
It was almost like when you see, like, action movies and they're driving and they put the foot down and they go even faster. And you're like, well, were you not going as fast as you could already?
Yeah,
that's kind of the same thing. That's what happened to him. He caught an extra gear and just went.
So right now, Durst is your leader. We've completed 7 laps of this one. At least most of the drivers have made their way past by on 7 laps complete. There you see Kanash in the number 1 completing the 7th lap. So the rest of the drivers working that too. It's a 12-lap race in our finals. Yesterday, 14 laps. It was the longest races of the season. Today, we're back to 12 laps in these finals for each of these drivers.
Yeah, those 14-lap races. We also had that the last doubleheader weekend with the longer races. That weekend we had a little more, some more close finishes. Those extra laps came into play. Yesterday, it was kind of normal. Just ended up being longer races than normal. But then, of course, today the shorter races are back, mostly because of the weather. Just having to condense the schedule, make it easier for the crew and all of the people here at the paddock.
Yeah, well, not only do you want to try to protect the drivers, but everybody wants to get home a little earlier today. It's just a nasty, raw day, so you don't want to have to be out here any extra than possible. And yesterday we saw a couple of changes in those last 2 laps. There were a few things that changed. Generally speaking, whoever's got the lead at lap 12 is going to win the thing, but that didn't always seem to be the case yesterday.
Oh, running a little wide there as the number 99. So that's Matten Fenian.
Yeah, Fenian is well behind our leader, Adam Durst. Durst is gone. He's out of the picture, but Fenian has got Berghofer right behind him. That's a pretty good battle going on. Oh, and Fenian goes around.
And just like that, Callan Berghofer takes the second position. So that's a +1 spot on the podium. We'll get an instant replay. And Fenian in the 99 just loses it.
Wow.
And it might be hard to see from where we are behind that grass, but there could be some standing water there. that part of the track could be a little more wet. We just can't see from our camera angle.
Berghofer gets the free gift there to get up to second spot. Still got some distance to go if he's going to try to chase down Adam Durst, who is our leader in this one right now. Durst in that 81 car, like we said, he is pretty much gone in that car and completely out of the picture. There is the 28 car, or the 20 car. I guess that's Ruben Greer we see coming by there in the 20.
Berghofer.
Oh, that's
26.
Berghofer, the 26. That's right. That's Berghofer. And we're trying to see there. There is Durst. He is way, way off in the S's
pretty much the
already.
entire backstretch ahead of Callan Berghofer. But as we saw with Fenian, you run one turn a little wide, you spin another, the person behind you can catch up. So Adam Durst still has to put together a pretty good race.
Challenging day for these drivers, no question about that. They go into 16 and 17 as Durst brings it down through there. He'll be coming by. We'll complete lap number 9, lap number 10 this time by, I believe it is.
2 to go given by the flagman. So Adam Durst, just 2 more laps to complete. Like you said, kind of have to be perfect today. It's you versus the track and the drivers.
And when you say 2 to go, that means a couple of different things. We got 2 more races to go today as well. So a couple more races to finish up as we're in this next to last lap for these drivers. There you see Durst. He's taking it down through the kink. Lowest part of the track, works his way up into turn number 9. 9 has been a bugaboo today for many drivers. They have not negotiated that as well as they have in days past. I think the conditions down there have just made it a little tough in turn 9. It's already a tough turn anyway, but today's been a tough turn for them.
There are not a lot of easy turns here, and to be honest, I don't think I would like to take any of them in the wet. So props to these drivers for being brave enough. And, you had mentioned it before in the, yesterday. They pull around to the tech and they get out, and then you just see these little kids hop out. And you're like, wow.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see the parade of youngsters we've had up here today to talk to us. It's always interesting to get their perspective, and some of them are, as John said, going back to show and tell in the first grade tomorrow to tell them what they did. Man, in first grade, I was, I don't know, I was still digging in the dirt just trying to, survive to the next day, I think.
Yeah, I think I was eating grass or something. I don't know. I wasn't driving go-karts.
I wasn't driving go-karts either. Durst, I got my go-kart in second grade, by the way. I did get a yard cart.
Oh,
That's all it was, just a yard cart. It's Adam Durst. He's down into turn number 9. He works his way through 10. It's the final time by for Durst. He negotiates those S's to perfection right now as he goes up the elevation into turn 14.
Adam Durst in the 81. Only a couple more turns left. You see him wind through turn 14. Still a chance to spin it. This is a hard braking zone right here, but he's got more than enough room. He can coast through this final turn. Pretty much coast to the finish line.
Yeah, no celebration for him. Well, it's no hands, Ma. Look at this. No hands as he pulls it off the steering wheel. So he's able to regain his position on the steering wheel to get down into turn 1, but he gets the win. Adam Durst, your winner. Colin Berghofer in second spot, so congratulations to Callan as he takes second spot. Fanian, he regains control of that car to get in third. We saw him spin a little earlier, and Puerto, who was the recipient of a couple of things going on, winds up in fourth position. Camilla Canache actually takes a spot away from Puerta. How about that? So Canache finishes in fourth and Puerta back in fifth. There's your winner, the number 81 of Adam Durst, as he takes it onto the scales and into the tech area.
Well, Charles, I see John is back here, so I'm going to hand the mic back to him. Always a pleasure calling. It's the last race of the season, so glad we got to do it one last time.
Yeah, it's always good to have Mikey sitting in with us and finding out his expertise. He's here during the week a lot. He knows exactly what's going on here at Atlanta Motorsports Park and is able to give us some behind-the-scenes stuff, whereas John Matthews and me are just we just show up every once in a while and are able to try to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, when we're not off making weather forecasts where, So, Charles, I was able to step outside briefly. The rain has stopped. Maybe a little bit of a mist or a drizzle for now. And that could change in a heartbeat. When we look out the windows behind us, I mean, we see all kind of mists and fogs rising up out of the valleys. We talk about the moonshine that's very much a part of the history of this area of North Georgia. We talked a lot about it yesterday. These are the type of valleys where they would be running shine at points.
Now, there may still be some out there.
No comment on that. We know. Let's just say we know in decades past it was happening back there.
Well, if you'd like some legal moonshine, there is some available at the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame, right adjacent to it at Dawsonville City Hall. There is the Bill Elliott Moonshine Distillery, and so you're able to go over there and actually see the process. They show you exactly how they make the moonshine. It is legal. They make it indoors, and they'll let you sample it. And this is the cool thing about it. When I was doing my teaching at Brenau University, we brought all of our class up to sample the Bill Elliott moonshine, and they gave us communion cups. That's how they serve it. So kind of a little juxtaposition there as you have little communion cups to serve the moonshine in as samples.
Well, I was doing a little bit of reading about moonshine yesterday that at a time when you were mostly subsistence farming in this area, the farmers still had to pay their taxes. How would they find the money to pay the taxes? A lot of farmers would fail, and the government would come in and end up owning the farm because the taxes weren't paid. The way they got the money to pay taxes a lot of times was that moonshine.
That's
that
right.
was something they could turn their corn, the little bit of extra they had, into whiskey, and then sell the whiskey and make enough to pay the property taxes on the property they had.
Yeah, the running joke used to be when you ask a farmer how big his harvest was, if he measured it in quarts rather than in pounds, you knew exactly what was going on there.
Yep. So that was a different time of Georgia history up in these North Georgia mountains. They say, what is it, that more moonshine ran down Highway 9 than any other highway in the country?
That's right, and it kind of all started here. The NASCAR world started here with Mr. Raymond Parks and those guys building engines for the moonshiners. And if you go through the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame, you get a feel of all of that and how it happened. And I was fortunate enough to get to know Mr. Raymond Parks and to learn some of the stories of him back in the day. Lloyd Say, all of those great guys that you see named for in the city of Dawsonville, just a tremendous opportunity for my history to have known them and to hear those firsthand accounts of those things.
Well, and Lloyd, you're right. Lloyd Say, a Georgia Racing Hall of Fame driver, has a street named after him in Dawsonville, among others. The Elliots have streets. I think you were saying Roy has one named after
Mr.
him.
Parks,
Mr. Parks has a street named after him. And these are things that you can see at the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame, as well as if you go to the pool room. We mentioned that earlier. Charles, I've often heard said about places, if these walls could talk.
Yeah.
Well, if you go to the Dawsonville pool room, the walls do talk to you. Every square inch is covered with pictures and newspaper clippings going back not just to when Bill Elliott started in the 1980s. It goes all the way back to the 30s and 40s when drivers like Lloyd Say were getting started, and your names like the Sosbys, Goober Sosby.
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 Yeah.
Sosby. Thank you for the correction. So many of these.
Gober Sosby.
Gober, okay. So many of these Hall of Fame drivers that were really in the formative stages of when racing got started in Georgia, and it's all right here in the Dawsonville area. We're getting stacked up for our KA 100 final. Green flags in the air. We're underway. We're going to go 12 laps.
Wow. Dyson already going on with these drivers as they head up to turn number 1. Zach Frank, he has just been the class of the field today. Can he continue to pull away? Right now, they're all in a tight-knit group going up turn number 2.
So the KA is a step up in speed from the Lo206s, but a little slower than the tags. They are two-stroke engines. You'll see maybe those plumes of smoke come from behind them as they have that oil-gas mixture in them. Once again, Zach Frank on the lead, and if form holds, Charles, he's going to be on his way to victory.
Yeah, he goes through these S's so well. I think that's where he'll start to pull away. You see him now already pulling away a couple of Kart lengths right now over Capetillo, and so it's going to be Zach Frank starting to pull away a little bit. He will probably be outside of our camera shot here very soon. He has dominated this course.
Although recall yesterday it was Spencer Mast who we thought had no chance to win, and he was able to get by Frank right at the end of that race.
It was surprising how quickly he closed in. The last few laps of that one, that was one of those that the 14 laps made a difference because Spencer Mast closed in so quickly on those last couple. And there you see a spot for position, I believe, change as they went up the hill.
Well, that Spencer Mast was scored in second, but it's Mast, Capetillo, and Trachtenberg, that trio. Boy, you can see Camden Trachtenberg literally willing Capetillo forward as they head down to the kink.
Well, they're going up that little rise going down into turn number 9. You saw a little bit of Frank wiggle just a little bit going into turn number 9. So for Zach Frank, does that mean that his kart is not handling as well as it did yesterday? Everybody, of course, having to adapt to these conditions a little differently, but not sure if that's a sign of things to come for Zach Frank or not.
Well, he might be struggling with that understeer that we've been hearing about all the other drivers mentioning. He carves a line through 16 and 17. Again, we see a variety of lines as Capetillo moves down to the inside of Mast. He's able to get his second spot back, so move Vincent Capetillo up to P2. But the crossover moves coming from Mast through turn 1. They're going to drop down into turn number 2. Who's going to break later? Looks like Mast on the outside. Tough territory to make a move, but Mast holds on. And now we see Trachtenberg trying to come around on the outside of turn 4. Charles, there's no way that can work, but he made it work in this wet condition.
Capetillo finds himself, that's Banu Yedla in the 14. How did Banu get into that battle? Man, Banu came from nowhere. Capetillo was in it. We had some contact right there, as you saw, just on the side of the screen. And we got one around. That's the car that had contact, and that kart finds himself turned around over there. Who is that? Let's see if we can get a good shot of that one. Not sure exactly who that is.
I think that's
we'll
Sam
find
Machado
out.
in that
Is
yellow
that Machado?
helmet. Yeah, I just received word also that Banu Yedla had struggles in the pre-final, started at the back, so already he is carving his way up through that field. They're going to come around to put 3 on the board. Zach Frank leads in second, this time Spencer Mast, then Camden Trachtenberg, Vincent Capetillo, and Banu Yedla rounding out the top 5.
Yedla has just come from nowhere in this race. Zach Frank is starting to pull away. You see another battle going on up the hill. We've got another battle right now as we've got a change in there. You see the 41 of Mast, but then Trachtenberg and Capetillo have swapped around. Yedla shows up in that spot as well.
So Banu Yedla had a flat tire in the pre-final, Charles. He had engine problems in Lo206. It's not been his day, looking to make a recovery. Let's see what happens as we have some slicing and dicing through the S's. It looks like Trachtenberg was able to get in front of Spencer Mast.
Well, Trachtenberg has made his move around Mast. You know, he started in second. Mast got around him, and now Trachtenberg is looking to get around Mast again. Capetillo is right there. Yedla is in that picture as well. It's going to be interesting to see how they score coming off turn number 17. Frank has already passed the start-finish line. Now it's going to be Trachtenberg going to second spot. Mast is shown in third. Capetillo is fourth, and Yedla is fifth. Again, this has been a very action-packed area right here in turn 2, and we got another pass.
Yeah, great pass up the hill there. That looks like, still looks like, I think, Trachtenberg able to hold off Mast there. And, boy, you can see the drivers, again, struggling to get grip. 2 14s in there, Charles. Capetillo and Banu Yedla. I think Yedla's in the multicolor helmet. We'll see when they come around to scoring. But one of them is making a move down the inside of Spencer Mast.
Well, it's Capetillo around.
A lot of contact. Boy, it looked like Trachtenberg might have been tight going in that corner, but he got helped around. That'd be one I'd love to see a replay on, as a lot of action happened real quick down in turn number 9.
Well, Trachtenberg, I don't know if he got if he started to slide before the contact or if there was contact that just moved him out of the way, but an interesting ride for him through turn number 9. Here they come by once again. This is our drivers coming by, start, finish. That will move Yedla all the way up to third spot. Here's this replay. Let's check them out.
Frank's the car that's about to head into the corner. So Trachtenberg's in the solid white helmet, and then we have a move down the inside. Trachtenberg, I wonder if there was contact and then some more contact there. The stewards will take a look at that. Here we're coming down the back straightaway. And that is Spencer Mast. Behind him, Banu Yedla is the 14, where he has the multicolored helmet, a lot of blue and red in there. You can see the lead that Zach Frank has already headed out of turn number 12.
Wow, Frank is just starting to put it on him again. He had a great pre-final and is doing well in this one right now. Mast and Yedla, second and third. Capetillo is fourth. Semenov is fifth. That's the way they were last time they came by timing and scoring. Let's see if they continue to hold that fourth right now as they come through.
And that's for now. The stewards may change things as we get to halfway. Spencer Mast holds on for Yedla only just, but down the inside of turn one, here comes Yedla, not able to make it stick, but he does a crossover into turn two. Banu Yedla hungry for second place. He gets by Spencer Mast with Mast trying to battle back on the outside. It's not going to work. So
well, you got 14, 41, and 14, so you got a kind of a dyslexic battle going on between three different drivers there.
You have a 41 sandwich there inside in between some 14s. Let's see if they line up or if they're going to battle amongst themselves, because Zach Frank had just slid out of the camera screen. Yedla goes wide, and that's going to open up the door. There goes Spencer Mast back into second place.
Spencer Mast has had an interesting weekend. Boy, he has just he has faded, and then all of a sudden he's regained, and he has just had a comers and goers type of weekend for him. Right now, he has moved up, and he was in second last time by. I believe we're going to find him in third this time around.
I think he's in second. I think he got by Yedla on that corner, but we'll see when they get to the line this time. Mast is still in second, then Yedla. So if you just looked at the scoring chart, nothing changed, but everything changed when they went down through turn number 9. Yedla again down to the inside. Let's see what he can do up the hill. You see Mast almost getting run off the road there. So Yedla must have just gotten a wet patch and lost it coming through turn 3, and you can see the frustration on that young man, the way that head is shaking, losing wholesale positions. Banu Yedla's really disaster of a weekend just continues, and they're going to go side by side. Oh, boy. Vincent Capetillo works to the inside of Spencer Mast, and Charles, maybe some more contact there as well.
I tell you, these drivers are having a difficult time trying to go side by side. They're seeming to really build up their speed as they're going through 9 right now. I think the lifting of the weather has helped them to lift their spirits as far as competition level is concerned. We've got a lot of things going on in this race.
Well, the one consistent thing has been Zach Frank. He's been out front, and he currently leads by about 5 seconds. Capetillo now in second. We'll have to see what the stewards thought of his pass on Mast. I think he was also involved in the incident with Trachtenberg in turn 9 before. How odd was it to see Yedla spin on the entrance to turn 4? We haven't seen drivers come around there. I imagine he might have just locked up the rear wheels, and then that cart came around in a hurry. Here we see the replay. Yeah, just the back end just snapped around, and then he's unfortunately to add insult to injury, goes through a puddle off course there.
I'm not sure that any area off course is not a puddle right now, but he slashes it as he comes through there. I'm surprised the engine kept running in that thing.
Well, these don't stall quite like shifters. I wonder if he just locked up the backs on the brakes maybe a smidge too hard. And now we see the 33 of Theodore Semenov off, and he's, where is that, right at the top of turn number 3.
We talked about him yesterday, that distinctive red driving suit. It was easy to spot him on the racetrack. It's easy to spot him off the racetrack today. 33 Kart not under power right now, and I believe that's going to be it for him today. I don't think he's going to get back in. He looks pretty dejected at the moment.
I don't know if it's quite dejected, maybe a little more stern than that, Charles. So action aplenty here in our KA100 final. Race fans, hang on. Coming up after this is our shifter kart race. We're going to pick the speed up. But, wow, Charles, we usually get the great races in the tag class. KA has been a delightful surprise this weekend.
Well, Zach Frank is your race leader there. He comes up top of the hill. He'll be coming to 2 to go this time by. So for Frank, it's been business as usual for him, but anything but that behind him.
Yeah, it's been a country song behind him, but he has just been like Mozart up front, just belting out all the perfect notes, and he sees that 2 to go, and he should have a lead. Capetillo's gotten quite close. So, Charles, remember Frank had a big lead yesterday. He had a big lead today, and maybe he's fading. Maybe he had some incident we didn't see off track. But Vincent Capetillo on the move here in the waning laps.
And Capetillo's not having to worry about anything going on behind him. He has separated himself from the rest of that action right there. So now he can concentrate on just hitting his marks, trying to run fast times and see if he can chase down Zach Frank. As the laps start to wind down, we got 1.5 laps to go right now.
Drivers running about 60-second laps. That would be averaging 60 miles an hour. They were about 7 seconds quicker yesterday in dry conditions. But here we see Zach Frank seeming to falter at the end like he did yesterday. Let's see if Vincent Capetillo can capitalize. There's first and second on your screen. And then it's a good gap back to Spencer Mast in third. So, Charles, they're going to come to the white flag. What's going to happen with 1 lap to go?
It'll be interesting to see. John, you talked about 60-second average. Well, you know they're running about 25 or 30 going up that hill off of turn number 2. That means we've got some 70 and 80 mile per hour racing somewhere on this racetrack.
Zach Frank's able to navigate turn number 2. He heads into turn number 4, and then it'll be down that long back straightaway where they'll hit those top speeds, 70 to 80 miles an hour. Frank leads Capetillo.
Well, it's Zach Frank going through that little turn number 8 segment there. He goes down into 9. And once again, Capetillo is closing in, but I think it's a little too late for Capetillo to try to chase down Zach Frank.
It might be. The best passing zones have really evaporated as Zach Frank sweeps up to the highest point of the track, and now it's all downhill from here. One more braking zone to navigate for Zach Frank, looking for the sweep today.
Zach Frank comes across start-finish. He will get the win. Checkered flag is in the air. Zach Frank gets it done. Capetillo will finish in second spot. Spencer Mast hangs on for third. Then let's find out who our fourth-place driver is. Oh, almost losing it. I'm not sure if that was celebration or if that was just losing
control. That was
control.
celebration. Sam Evrutsky, fourth place overall, our top KA 100 junior.
Top junior, so he gets the accolades for top junior. Sam Machado finishes in fifth spot. Camden Trachtenberg takes sixth, and Bunny Yedla in seventh. That is going to be the way that they end up today. Congratulations once again to Zach Frank on a dominant performance here in the KA 100 seniors.
And, Charles, this will be a case we'll have to see what the stewards and officials do. There was a lot of action. The only thing that we know, the constant, was Zach Frank out front, not having any issues in this race. Behind him, all kind of things happening.
Yeah, there was a lot of here we see one of them. This is one of those great replays. Check this out as they go into turn 9.
Capetillo down to the inside, and Trachtenberg in that white helmet. Boy, he got wide, but then there was a lot of contact. Here we see Banu Yedla losing it on the entry to turn 4 and then splashing through the puddle. It really, Charles, just looks like the back end just must have locked up and come around on them. And things can happen so quick here in the wet.
Yeah, especially coming off 4. We haven't seen that kind of spin go on. Look at this. This is another shot of that going into turn number 9. Was there contact prior to the spin? There's the contact, and there's the spin. Yeah, I think there was contact before the spin actually occurred.
And there you can see Mast get by on the inside, and then Yedla get by on the inside. Yedla, the 14, where the driver had the blue and red helmet.
All right, another shot of this one. Let's look at it closely as they go down into 9.
That's Capetillo on the inside.
There's
of
the contact. You see the cart just jerk sideways.
And then
as
a
they
second,
have
almost like they made contact twice.
Yeah,
there.
Absolutely. Contact the first time and then contact kind of nose to nose after that cart went around.
So the race officials will look at that as they compile the results. The one thing we do know, Zach Frank was clear in front, and it was his day to shine in the rain.
And he shone yesterday too. So
well, he shone in the pre-final. In the final, though, right at the end, Spencer Mast was able to get him at the line.
Spencer was able to grab that. That was such a great finish yesterday in the final. But the pre-final, Zach Frank was the car to beat, and the same thing today in the pre-final. We got one more race to go for the 2022 season, John.
Yeah.
A season wrapping up here. Our season of racing. This is the we work a lot of tracks together and a lot of tracks. We work a lot of racetracks.
Yeah, that's true.
And, this is the final race of the final season. So, man, it's coming down to this one right here. We've got 4 great competitors. Let's hope this is going to be an exciting one to end out on.
Well, and for you, it's not just the final race of the season. You said that's it. This is your swan song here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be it. This is probably going to be the last race where I will have a microphone in my hand. NASCAR has asked me to come back and do a couple of races, so I will be doing some races for them. At least that's the plan right now, so we're excited about that opportunity. It's been 2014 was the last time that I announced for the Cup Series and the Xfinity Series, so we'll be doing some things for NASCAR again.
Will that be down at Atlanta Motor Speedway?
That will. They asked me, and I said I don't want to travel, not going to do the circuit, but I will be happy to do Atlanta. So I'll be at Atlanta Motor Speedway March 15th or whatever that race time is.
Was that the one, or maybe it's still the Folds of Honor race?
No, they
changed
actually
sponsor,
changed
right?
the sponsor. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, and they said, nope, Folds of Honor has their contract has ended, so now they've got a new sponsor going into the 2023 season for the NASCAR divisions, at least at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
So, boy, I just want to give a big thanks to not only the production crew that's giving you the signal today, our track grounds crew here. Boy, Charles, they've been out in the murk, in the cold all day today, working to make this race happen. So big thanks to them for their efforts to make this race possible.
Yeah. John, you and I have the easy job. We sit in the warm, we sit in the dry, and for us, we want to give tremendous kudos to those people who are out there struggling through this and making this race happen so that people can enjoy themselves today.
100%, because it's really a raw day out there. Well, now that the rain has mostly stopped, but it is still a pretty raw December day here in North Georgia.
And we certainly hope everybody has a safe trip home as they get ready. And a Merry Christmas. It's going to be a good Christmas season this year. I know at our house, man, trees are up. My wife had the tree up before Halloween this year. Man, that was really unusual. A lot of parties that we're involved in this year. And, of course, the gifts under the trees are continuing to exponentially magnify as we go along toward Christmas Day.
Like bacteria growing down there, huh?
Just about. It is beautiful colors like much bacteria is, actually.
Don't quite know where to go with that one, Charles, after that.
Well,
I will say we have yet to have a Days of Thunder quote today. We're way behind schedule on getting one of those in there.
How about race you or something along those lines? Close to that anyway, getting to our cars after this race is over.
You said we have it easy. If they'd bring us some ice cream cones, then we could get our Days of Thunder quote.
Yeah,
so
or if we got pulled over on the side of the road for some activities, that might be worthwhile.
Shifter Kart's on track. Once again, they use a standing start, and they're drop the clutch. We're underway here in our 12-lap shifter finale, the end of the 2022 season here at Atlanta Motorsports Karting Complex.
2 karts. We got a yellow helmet. We got a green helmet. We'll have to figure out exactly who we got.
I think Perez is second here, so we'll have to figure out if it's Eric. Yeah, that 223, that's Eric in the lead right now. Let's see if he's able to hold on. He had an incident in turn 16 yesterday. I was able to chat with him. The brakes locked up, and because of that, he skidded right off and made contact with the wall. But the door opens there, and here comes Daniel Perez right through turn number 9. For Eric, he had, I'm not going to say a hurt foot. He said maybe it was a little bit swollen from what happened with the impact there. But glad to see he's back on track and making repairs. But he's got his hands full today trying to match what Daniel Perez has been doing this weekend.
Danny Perez was the class of the field yesterday. He looked really strong in this race, and right now he leads it by about 10 kart lengths or so as we've completed lap number 1. Danny Perez takes him up into that top of area of turn number 1, and now through that section down in turn 2. And these shifter karts, you can actually see them shifting the gears going up the hill there in turn 2.
That's right. The driver's left hand operates the clutch. They only use that at the start. The right hand works a sequential gearbox. If they reach down to the shifter and pull it towards them, that brings them up into a higher gear. If they push that shifter away from them, that's the way that they downshift. They really don't use the clutch for that. They can just blip the throttle a little bit. And Charles, they don't really use a tachometer to know when to shift. It's sort of by feel. When they feel the acceleration of the kart start to wane, they know it's time to go up to another gear shift. And probably over experience, they probably know from the pitch of the engine when it's time to
the
go
sound
up.
of the engine, it kind of lets them know when they're at their peak performance and they need to downshift to grab another gear. Going down the hill in 2, you can assume they're probably at one of the lower gears, maybe not starting gear, not first gear, but they're getting ready to go up that hill, and they're going to accelerate through possibly 3 or 4 different gears to get to the top of the hill.
And they'd be using gear 6 as they get down this back straightaway, and their top speed, they're going to be over 90 miles an hour as they reach that braking area. Maybe not in the wet today, but on a dry day, that is where they'll reach maximum velocity. And on these shifter carts, let's see what it says. The maximum possible you'd see, it just says 90-plus miles an hour.
I was talking with Lucas earlier about shifter carts and asked him would they go through all the gears here. He said that possibly with the conditions here today, they may or may not hit that 6th gear. We don't know for sure if they'll have an opportunity to hit that 6th gear today, as the conditions may warrant them staying in just a little more power mode than fast mode.
And when you do watch shifter carts, it tends to be when you go from 4th to 5th to 6th, the shift rate slows down. They're really hammering the shifts when they're 2, 3, 4. It seems like those gears are stacked pretty close together in the transmission.
John, you and I see a number of front-wheel drive racing, and it always seems like that those drivers can be completely out of control, headed toward the wall, and all of a sudden with front-wheel drives, they will just correct themselves. Not so with these. You see the rear end sliding around. All of these are rear-wheel drive vehicles, solid axles in the back, although these do have a gearbox, which is a little different as far as the drivetrain is concerned.
Well, I wonder where the gearbox is. I don't think it's on the rear axle. I think it just drives comes off the engine, and it's what drives the chain. They're still on the rear axle. You just have a small cog and the chain running around it.
Still got a chain and a cog, just like any other go-kart motor and setup would have. They work their way up the hill right now, and I'm always reminded of this. Eli Gold taught me this. He said there's only one motor in a race car. That's the starter. Everything else is an engine. Because motors are electric and engines are gas-powered. So
internal
I always try to keep that separate. There is the only motor in a race car that can go bad is the starter.
And, my father has beaten that into me, I think, over the years. He'd always say it's an engine, and when most other drivers would say, oh, he had problems with the motor, I'm always saying I don't correct him. I just come back and say he had engine trouble.
But every driver will tell you, I just didn't have enough motor. It doesn't matter what. They just don't have enough motor, always.
Oh, they always want more.
That's right.
Right, yeah.
I did have a driver this week, David McCoy, who was at the Dome racing in St. Louis last week. Bad boy McCoy. He told me, he said, man, I had the biggest motor of anybody out there. He said, I had a 478 sitting in that thing. He said, it was unreal. He said, I had Vic Hill power, and it was best.
You had 478 cubic inches in the Dome and Gateway?
Yeah.
I mean, talk about.
He said, I had plenty of motor. Throwing up some water plumes down there.
That's literally a bull in a china shop kind of thing there.
He said it was so much fun. He said he just had a ball to it. I'm proud of him. He's a driver that's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Over 500 wins. He is a future Hall of Famer, that's for sure. And finally getting his opportunity at over 50 years of age to get a big shot at the national stage.
So we're following along with second place Eric Huey in the 223. Boy, suboptimal conditions for a shifter cart today, but at least the rain has stopped. So these guys were in the rain for their pre-final. It seems like now the track is, I don't want to say drying, but at least they're not kicking up those huge roaster tails like they were earlier. We're saying halfway. Maybe they've chopped this down from, or our timing and scoring might just be off here. The screen
I believe
says
it is.
3.
It seems like we've been a lot longer than 3 laps into this, so I'm thinking timing and scoring that's on the screen is off just a hair.
Yeah, they're 6 laps in, going over to Race Monitor. We just need that name waiting for data to pop up. That would make the timing and scoring complete. So down through the kink, you can still see some rooster tails off the rear tires through the lowest point of the track, but maybe, just maybe, some of the other parts of this track are starting to at least not have ponding on the track.
That's right. We're working through where there's very little ponding anyway, because that is the front end wanted to step out on him on that one. That is a 223 of Huey. How did you pronounce that? Huey?
I unfortunately, I asked them and I forgot from yesterday how to pronounce it. It might be Huey.
Well, Eric, anyway, makes his way off of turn number 16 and off 17 right now. Boy, that kart's just going all over the place.
I wonder
with
if
him.
he was testing that a little bit to try to shake things out as he went down the front straightaway.
That is possibly the case right now as he goes into turn number 2. I'm not sure if he's got a handling issue. You see the tape that's on the radiator. You were talking about that earlier. They can rip that off if they need to. Not sure exactly how they can tell exactly if they need to do it or not.
On the right side, you can see a cover over the intake so they don't get water in. I wonder if the tape over the radiators, like the NASCAR cars, when they, on a cold day, they don't need the cooling as much, so you put some tape over it so the engine gets a little warmer. Maybe the tape is something about engine operating temperature. Obviously, you can't tape the whole thing over, but maybe they're trying to reduce the airflow.
But it makes me wonder, do they have a gauge in there that tells them what the temperature is?
I think on their dashboard, I think they do have some sort of gauge. Not that they can look at it while they're going through all the machinations of a lap.
Right.
But I think after they could look down and say, wow, as I'm sure you're aware, there's an optimal temperature for an engine to run. And these engines being exposed, they're not inside a engine compartment. And on a cold, raw day like today, a lot of heat's going to come just out through the casing of the engine. So maybe the radiator, they don't need the full cooling. This is something I'm going to have to learn about for next year. What's the optimal engine temperature on a cold day?
Interestingly enough, back in the day when we were running the old Chevrolet engines, the 283s and the so forth back in the day, we would actually put thermostats in a race car, even though you didn't need it for the heater core or for heat in the car.
Oh, boy, Eric, you could see again getting crossed up off 12.
Oh, wow, he's having a difficult time hanging on to that car. But in the water inlet, you would put a thermostat just so it would be able to keep that engine at the optimal heat rather than cooling it so much.
And normally you think of engines overheating, but there is an ideal temperature, and that's where the NASCAR teams, obviously NASCAR comes and puts tape on the grill, which would create more front downforce. But they can only do that if the engine's running cool enough. If you're running hot, that's when they have to go and take tape off the grill. Maybe we're just seeing a hint of that, where it's a cool day, they put a little tape on just so the radiator has a little less heat transfer out of it.
He is having some difficulty with the handling of that car. I've been noticing the last couple of laps on areas where you would think that kart should be going straight. He's having some problems with it, wanting to step out on him. So there's a little bit of issue right there with Eric in the 223. You see our cameras continuing to follow him. Danny Perez has led this thing, and he is pulled away right now as the laps start to wind down. We're 2 to go to finish this day up. There you see Perez heading up the hill in the 99.
Boy,
then,
look at the way they launch up that hill. We're used to seeing the Lo206s take a few seconds, and these shifter carts, boom, they just rocket right up that hill.
I don't know why I said he's in the 99. He's in the 582. I don't know where the 99 came from.
Race fans do want to let you know this is our last race. Coming up after this, as it will be on the broadcast, we're going to have our podium celebrations.
Oh, excellent. So the podium's coming up right after this. It's going to be Perez who brings it by. We're 10 laps complete. Daniel trying to make it for another win here this afternoon. Danny was on the podium yesterday as our winner for the drivers in the shifter carts, and today he's going to come by. White flag will be in the air for him.
No celebration yet from Daniel Perez, but looking to go really 4 for 4 this weekend. He swept the pre-final and the final yesterday, and he is on track to do the same today as we follow along with this driver in the 582 kart coming up to turn 4 on the brakes, and then he'll accelerate up through the gearbox down the back straightaway.
John, last time we were here, or the last time that I was here, we had a lot of shifter carts here. We had guys here from the National Touring Series that were getting ready for the big event in Las Vegas, the national race out there, and we had some sponsored teams here. We had some money put up
I think
for this race.
The Eyes Up team had put together some money for that.
They had put together quite a bit, and it was just a great race with a lot of shifter carts. Today we're seeing just the opposite. We got 2 carts out here. Danny Perez just about ready to take home the winning pot today, so he'll come off turn number 17, and our checkered flag is in the air for Danny Perez as he gets the win.
Little celebration there down the front straightaway.
Just a little bit. You don't want to celebrate too much because you might wind up in the fence today.
That's right. Well, I was here for that race. I do remember where they had the gentleman who came in, really was a world champion, was using this as a tune-up for the race where they were going to be out in Vegas. Here we see Eric Houet coming around turn 16 and 17, and maybe a little celebration there as well as he is winding up his 2022 season.
The way his race has gone lap after lap, that may have just been trying to hang on to the cart. He's had such a time with that cart through some of them, so I'm not sure it was as much celebration as just let's get this thing over with.
Relief at that point to finish.
So that'll do it as far as our racing action goes on here. You see still the dark, damp day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and we're getting ready for Podium Celebrations to come up in just a little while. John, as always, it's been a pleasure working with you. We may cross paths again somewhere down the road, maybe back up here again next year. We'll just have to see how that goes.
I would not mind that at all. So, Charles, it's been good working with you. I know you've had a 49-year career, and I know you're going off to some other great ventures, but I'm going to give you the sign-off here for the final time.
Well, I appreciate that so much. I feel like that you're one of the young proteges that I brought along in this industry, and you're my claim to fame, so don't screw it up, John.
No pressure, right?
We got Podium Celebrations coming up right now. You see a shot of our tower here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Remember, we're open every day except Monday for you to come out and enjoy the karting here. Rent a cart, give a cart away, give a cart pass away for someone else at Christmas time. And enjoy this great 1 mile course here that you'll find the most elevation of any kart course anywhere in the nation right here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's a great facility, and so happy to be involved with all the folks here that have made it possible for you today. We've got a great crew of folks that have brought you this broadcast and a great crew of people on the racetrack who have actually been out there bearing the tough elements today in order to bring on this racing experience that everyone has watched.
Okay.
Well, for everyone here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, podiums will not be carried on the broadcast. We were just notified of that. But we want to thank all of our drivers. We want to thank those youngsters that came up and talked with us. It's so nice to see youngsters getting into the sport and being involved. John, for years we thought that there might not be a next generation of drivers coming up. But now we see it in so many different disciplines of racing. We see those youngsters, the young guns, the 602 Chargers, the various divisions of racing, the quarter midgets, the kart track guys.
Dare I say the Utes.
The Utes, that's right, the Utes. To put a spin on the old movie, yeah, the Utes of the day are coming up. Listen, thanks so much. It's been great, and we will see you around the bend very soon. Fans, remember, enjoy yourself at Atlanta Motorsports Park. It is the greatest country club environment of racing you'll ever find anywhere, located in the hills of Dawsonville, Georgia, and we bid you adieu for the day.